Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Mr. Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Prime Ministers, Excellencies, dear participants. Thank you all for joining us today in what I'm sure will be a stimulating conference on the challenging faces our region as well as our prospects. This important online dialogue is jointly hosted with Thessaloniki Regional Forum, and I would like to personally thank Konstantinos Fitopoulos for his invaluable contribution. But first and foremost, I would like to cordially thank a dear friend and mentor, Shafiq Gaber, one of the last enlightened tycoons, an accomplishment philanthropist, a patron of the arts. Shafiq taught me the importance of dialogue, the value of bringing together people from different parts of the world and have them talk each other, not simply to talk simply to each other. Shafiq taught me the importance of being international engaged and promote the values of sound and visionary leadership, the importance of building bridges across states and cultures. In a way, Greek House is a tribute to his action and legacy. Greek House was born with a core mission to enhance the quality of transnational dialogue, to forge and sustain partnerships, to change among the public and the private sector in Greece, in our region, and beyond. Our goal to enhance human development and help boost social cohesion, both necessary preconditions for building sound and healthy investments environments. It is our core intention to highlight that international economic environment is crucial for domestic policies to succeed in the long term, and hence states should engage themselves more in global economic activities. In the age of globality, even the largest country is a tiny village. That's why we need more partnerships. That's why multilateral cooperation is indispensable, especially now that the classic Western democratic form of governance is still under siege. We should protect the very foundation the Western liberal order stands upon. Cooperation in Balkan region is too indispensable. Western Balkans should be high on the agenda. Our countries should promote platforms of cooperation so as to efficiently deal with the key challenges of the 21st century. Regional cooperation is crucial so as for all countries to join the effort of tackling climate change. In embracing digital transformation is harness artificial intelligence. In giving our youth an opportunity to excel without needing to go abroad, brain drain is a serious problem, which the European Union and Western Balkans countries must tackle together. In establishing reconciliation, the Prespa Agreement should be the lighthouse for what we can achieve. Rule of law, cornerstone of stable and well-functioning society. Here we should act together so as improve the state of play Western Balkans country, fighting corruption, building resilience institutions, and improving media freedom. In the post-pandemic world, each one of us should contribute to improve our country's capability to build back better, to combine efficiency with the resilience, to build more inclusive societies and more robust economies, to prepare ourselves for whatever comes next. That's why we'll try to discuss today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Irini. Mr. Vice President of the European Commission, distinguished guests, dear friends and colleagues, It is my great honor and pleasure to officially welcome you all to the opening of our high-level digital conference, Balkans 2021, Fostering Regional Cooperation in the Post-Pandemic Era, a meeting dedicated to our neighborhood and to the convergence of politics and economy, guided always by the principle of deeper regional cooperation. For the third consecutive year, Thessaloniki Regional Forum initiates an open dialogue among key actors of the political, economic, and academic and diplomatic world of our region and our partners in order to identify our common challenges and seek together common solutions in order to work together. Synergies are, of course, the key for any successful cooperation and coordination. And to that end, we're very happy to join forces this year with Greek House Davos, the first Greek multifunctional hub for entrepreneurship and networking in the margins of the World Economic Forum. As the American educator Stephen Colvey said a few years ago, synergy is better than your way or my way, it's our way. And Irini Vandaraki, I would like to thank you personally very much for our excellent cooperation. And I would like to convey also the greetings of the chair of Thessaloniki Regional Forum, Yannis Lagonas, who unfortunately couldn't be together with us today for personal reasons. Almost 2 decades after the historic Thessaloniki summit of 2003, there is no doubt what our neighborhood represents for Europe, or better, what our neighborhood should represent for Europe. A geostrategic investment in a stable, viable, and strong union based on common values. Greece, with renewed energy and openness, will be in the forefront of developments in the Balkans. We deeply believe that only the full integration of the Western Balkans, of the remaining countries of the Western Balkans in the Euro-Atlantic structures can better serve the interests of Europe. As Foreign Minister Dendias recently said, we cannot allow to other powers to destabilize the already fragile stability of our region. In other words, we deeply believe that the Western Balkans should be an integral part of the European family. The timing of our conference couldn't be more precise. As we speak, the leaders of the Western Balkans 6 countries are concluding their deliberations in Tirana. And in this framework, we're very happy and honored that today, key actors from Albania, from North Macedonia, Kosovo, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, and of course, the European Commission, Bulgaria, Romania, the European Commission, the US State Department, the European Investment Bank, and of course, Greece will join us for an open dialogue and a discussion about the future of the post-pandemic and the post-pandemic situation in the Balkans. From setting the new European agenda to fostering closer cooperation in the fields of artificial intelligence, sustainable investment, digital economy, technology, from sharing know-how in the fields of rule of law, of good governance, of democracy, this is an opportunity to work together in order to build a more sustainable and more viable future, a new vision for our region and for the generations to come. And this is exactly the premise on which we decided to build Thessaloniki Regional Forum, in order to work as a catalyst for deeper regional cooperation at all levels, and provide a space where policymakers and stakeholders from all Balkan countries and from our partners shall meet in order to discuss. I would like to thank you very much, all of you, for your participation, for your presence here today, for contributing to the success of this conference that brings together thinkers and doers. I would like to thank both the teams of Greek House Davos and Thessaloniki Regional Forum for an amazing work that has been done during the last months. Please enjoy the discussions, and I sincerely hope to be able to meet again in person very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Konstantinos. We have the honor to welcoming in our conference today the Vice President of European Commission, Mr. Margaritis Chinas. Mr. Chinas, you are very welcome, and we are here to listen or what you have to tell us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to be able to join you and offer a European perspective on the future of Western Balkans. I appreciate the invitation to start these proceedings with a keynote address. Let me start with a very simple yet very straight premise. For us, the past, the present, and the future of the Western Balkans are intrinsically linked to the European Union. Here in the European Commission, we would like this year, 2021, to be the year of the Western Balkans. And to achieve that, we are in permanent contact now and in full continuous cooperation with our member states and our partners in the region to accelerate reforms and make sure that tangible progress is made on the ground. Let me be very clear from the outset that if the European Union's commitment in the Western Balkans is in doubt, this will certainly weaken the transformative power of the European perspective and will hamper progress on difficult fundamental reforms such as democracy and the rule of law. Let me first start by offering a country-by-country perspective before discussing the broader geopolitical issues in the region. First and foremost, we need to move forward with enlargement with Albania and North Macedonia. The enlargement process of the European Union is a merit-based process, and both countries have delivered on reforms. Albania's progress in electoral reform and the rule of law has underpinned the Commission's assessment that the country has fulfilled the conditions for holding the first intergovernmental conference of accession negotiations. And there is no doubt that North Macedonia has also shown impressive commitment to strengthening good neighborly relations. And this was a major breakthrough and a difficult compromise, especially when it concerns the name issues and the agreement with Greece. The same can also be said about North Macedonia's commitment in the Treaty on Good Neighborly Relations with Bulgaria, signed back in 2017. We also hope to speed up Montenegro's and Serbia's accession process. To this end, we have been supporting actively the Portuguese presidency plans to hold an intergovernmental conference with both countries in June in order to provide political steer on the next steps and put our revised methodology in action on the enlargement process. With this in mind, Montenegro needs to make progress on rule of law reforms. This requires addressing well-known issues in the areas of media freedom and the fight against corruption and organized crime. And of course, avoid opening new conflicting issues. We are also working hard to support Serbia's ambitions to open all negotiation clusters. For this to happen, Serbia needs to continue to deliver tangible and substantive progress on the rule of law in line with the country's own action plan. And in Kosovo, the Commission is ready to engage with Prime Minister Kurti's new government to speed up EU-related reforms. There is a clear opportunity now to make progress on issues such as the fight against corruption and organized crime and to enhance economic development. We also continue to advocate for Kosovo's visa liberalization, and we encourage actively the government of Kosovo to reach out to those member states that have doubts in order to build the necessary trust. And we are obviously working forward with the High Representative Borrell for the resumption of the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, a crucial process for both countries and for the enlargement process. Finally, for Bosnia and Herzegovina, 2021 needs to be the year of reforms. The country needs to effectively address the 14 key priorities identified in the Commission opinion on the country's application for EU membership. And this includes the central issue of electoral and constitutional reforms. The EU will continue to help the parties reach a solution in line with European Union values. Let me now move on a more general or a broader issue of the geopolitical realities in the region and Europe's role in bringing the region closer to the Union. I want everyone to be very clear that in an understanding that our engagement with the Western Balkans goes far beyond the confines of the enlargement process. Economically, the Western Balkans and the EU are already deeply, closely, profoundly linked. Only last year, 68% of the region's trade was with the European Union. And the European Union is the source of more than 60% of the region's foreign direct investments. In this regard, the intention of the incoming Slovenian presidency to organize an EU Western Balkans summit in October has to be seen as a major positive sign from the Union to the region. Being so closely interconnected, the region currently faces similar challenges as the rest of the continent. The disruptions brought about by the pandemic have led to recessions throughout the region, with countries dependent on tourism being particularly affected. This is why the European Commission is applying the same growth strategy to the Western Balkans that was put in place for the European Union itself: large-scale investments. The economic and investment plan we launched last autumn under the responsibility of my colleague Oliver Veheli is our recovery plan for the Western Balkans. This tailor-made plan for the region puts forward 9 billion euros of grant funding in the areas of connectivity of transport, energy, digital, and green transition, basically to boost growth and jobs. This is complemented by a guarantee facility for business, which can raise investments up to 20 billion euros. Our message is very clear. The European Union is offering the best possible conditions for major investments. This is the best way to boost the economic recovery of our partners, but also to avoid that they end up with unfavorable loans from third countries. Serbia's recent decision to work with the European Union on financing the upgrading of a section of the Rail Corridor 10 underscores precisely the attractiveness of what the EU has to offer. This railway line is an essential part of the extended EU trans-European network, as it links Thessaloniki with Salzburg in Austria. In parallel, we are supporting the region in removing barriers to business within the Western Balkans. The common regional market, very much based on EU rules and EU standards, which the governments of the region are currently building, has an enormous potential, both economic and political. Here we're talking about very concrete actions to improve the business environment for companies in the region by, for example, removing work permits, introducing free movement of people with identity cards, removing unnecessary compliance certificates for already checked goods, recognizing diplomas, or removing barriers to e-commerce. All of this is critical to increasing the business attractiveness of the region for investors and help local businesses grow. These steps towards overcoming the region's economic fragmentation will also make it easier for European businesses and investors to opt for the Western Balkans. The region offers very attractive nearshoring opportunities for companies that want to diversify their suppliers and move production facilities closer to the EU market, in reaction also to the reconfiguration of global value chains caused by the pandemic. However, boosting investment and economic growth in the Western Balkans will only be possible if, on top of these initiatives, our partners and their governments firmly commit to implement fundamental reform requirements. A well-functioning legal system is a prerequisite for the existence of a functioning market economy. Rule of law reforms were consistently supported by the EU in all transition countries, and the prospect of EU membership in itself has proven to be a stable external policy anchor for reforms. Yet, the depths and sustainability of legal and economic reforms crucially depended on domestic factors, such as political will, good governance, and ownership of reforms. Both the Commission's annual enlargement reports, but also independent and third-party assessments, indicate that significant further efforts are necessary to ensure tangible and sustainable results. As such, all efforts must be now stepped up to truly make this year the year of the Western Balkans. For us here in the Commission, there is no doubt about the geopolitical nature of our engagement with the Western Balkans. It is in our interest to accelerate and promote the export of EU standards and to link future member states closer to the European Union core market. In Thessaloniki, of all places, you know that much better than in any other parts of Europe. One area where concerted action is needed is in strengthening the world's health architecture and anchoring multilateralism as the broader priority of cooperation on health. The EU and the Western Balkans should continue working together to push for the reform of the WHO and for the strengthening of the global multilateral health system. On precisely that note, let me conclude with a few words on our common European fight against the pandemic. We continue as Europeans to stand with the Western Balkans, and we have done so far from the very beginning of the pandemic. We immediately provided 3.3 billion euros support package, including emergency medical equipment like masks, ventilators, intensive care units, and ambulance vehicles that saved thousands of lives in the region. This was and is European solidarity at its best. And of course, no one is safe from COVID-19 until we are all safe. And vaccines are now the main means to ensure this. This is why the European Union has allocated 2.5 billion euros to COVAX, the global vaccine facility. And to date, more than 700,000 vaccine doses have already been provided to the Western Balkans via this facility. In addition, the European Union is delivering a total of 651,000 doses of BioNTech Pfizer vaccines in weekly tranches until August. Those vaccines are fully funded by the EU and will serve to ensure all healthcare workers and some of the most vulnerable groups in the region that are vaccinated. And at the same time, the Commission is in permanent contact and in discussions with our member states on sharing larger quantities as they increasingly become available in the global market. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, let me again reiterate that the past, present, and future of the Western Balkans are inextricably linked to our European Union. We care about our partners and we stand united for a prosperous Europe with a strong voice in the world, with the Western Balkans being part of it. We will continue to concretely demonstrate our commitments to the region. And there is no better place than my beloved hometown, Thessaloniki, to make sure that this message is not only clearly projected, but it is also clearly understood. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Thank you very much for your kindness to give us your time. And now we are going to our first panel. We are ready to enjoy our guests' speeches. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Vasilis Dousas. I am a Senior International Relations Policy Advisor at the Foundation for European Progressive Studies in Brussels and an Academy Associate at Chatham House in London. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon, beautiful afternoon, for what I believe will be a very interesting, very insightful discussion. This is the first panel of our conference today, a panel that focuses on what I trust we all agree is a key topic, that of EU values and lasting, in-depth and irreversible reforms, and mainly focusing on the importance of the rule of law as a driving force for stability and economic growth in the Western Balkans. I should say that this session has been co-designed by Greek House Davos and the Thessaloniki Regional Forum. And on a personal level, I should say that I'm equally thankful to both for the invitation to help steer this discussion. Now, before commencing, I should say that this is an on-the-record session. So those active on social media following us, feel free to tweet or disseminate otherwise. And I should also say that at the end of this session, and before we move to the next, as you can see in the latest version of the agenda, we will have the honor of having a keynote video speech by Edi Rama, the Prime Minister of Albania. Now, turning to this panel's discussion, I think the title itself is suggestive of two things. The first one, the fact that there is an inextricable link between the quality and depth of democracy and the rule of law and the overall stability and prosperity of a country. But the second thing that the title suggests of is that the reforms and developments that lead to democratic progress are not irreversible and therefore should not be taken for granted. Rather, as the title suggests, these are objectives, and the path to these goals is often very zigzagged, marked too often by setbacks, by major fights, and only infrequently by major breakthroughs. The Western Balkans as a region, we've seen worrying trends of democratic backsliding, examples of democratic exhaustion, or as the European Court of Auditors recently commented, the rule of law is a non-negotiable prerequisite for EU membership, yet the Western Balkan countries are still facing issues concerning corruption and how their public institutions function, which hinder their accession to the EU. But coming to the EU side, I should say that the EU itself has not been immune to these trends. We've seen signs of democratic exhaustion or erosion even in the EU, and also challenges to the rule of law, which is the bedrock, the core of the EU's DNA, being increasingly present. Now, we have a fantastic panel of regional leaders, presidents, prime ministers, foreign ministers, and experts joining us this afternoon. I think they can all aid our shared understanding in terms of where do we find ourselves now, and also how to overcome this suboptimal status quo that we find ourselves in. We're joined in the order I've been given. We're joined by Albin Kurti, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo since March this year. Mr. Kurti, I trust you're joining us from Tirana, where there is a Western Balkans Leaders Summit. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vasilis Dousas. Dear friends from the Thessaloniki Regional Forum, yes, I'm speaking from Tirana, where we just had a regional meeting with the leaders of the Western Balkans countries. And thank you very much for inviting me and for the opportunity to speak in this well-known forum and for the importance you are placing to regional cooperation.
Thank you. I'll get back to you with a question. Let me first present the rest of the panel. Then we're joined by Ivo Josipovic, the former president of the Republic of Croatia, who I believe will be joining us shortly. We're joined by Mr. Mladen Ivanic, the former chairman of the presidency of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Mr. Ivanic, welcome.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to take part in this, I suppose, very interesting panel. And
Thank you. Then we're also joined, or we are to be joined, by Mr. Cătălin Predoiu, former Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. Again, he will be joining us shortly. Of course, Ms. Dora Bakoyannis, who doesn't need an introduction to the Greek audience, but I should say that she's a member of the Greek Parliament, having served in various top-level positions in past Greek governments, and of course, as the first female Greek foreign minister, which I believe to this day is still the highest post ever held by a woman in a Greek government. Ms. Bakoyannis, a warm welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dusa. Thank you very much for the invitation. And hello, good day to all the fellow speakers.
Penultimate participant, Ms. Teuta Vodo, former Justice Minister in Albania, Director of the Kemal Stafa Foundation, the International Secretary of the Governing Socialist Party in Albania, and if my sources are correct, in a city council in Tirana.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Hello, everyone.
Welcome, indeed. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Jovan Ratkovic, a political expert who's a senior advisor with the Agora Strategy Group in Brussels. He is also the international secretary and a member of the presidency of the Social Democratic Party in... welcome, Mr. Ratkovic. We've lost him for... Oh, there you are. So welcome indeed. And I can also see Mr. Josipovic with us. We'll get back to you, but we have a lot to discuss, not a lot of time, and equally important perspectives to be shared. So let me, without further ado, let me start with you, Prime Minister Kurti. You are in Tirana for this important summit, and you've been a newly elected Prime Minister, and as such, you're now steering the overall efforts in Kosovo towards this rule of law agenda. So I was wondering if you can tell us what your vision is concerning this agenda, and of course, what are the main challenges you're facing? Mr. Kurti, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. On 14th of February, elections this year, we achieved a landslide victory. And soon it will be 3 months that I'm back in office as Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo. We won on this ticket of jobs and justice. And we also had to deal immediately with the pandemic COVID-19 because we have inherited a very grave situation with almost 1,000 people newly being infected per day. And on the other hand, with a dozen of them passing away each day. But today, I'm very happy to say that no one is dying anymore in Kosovo because of COVID-19 pandemic. And on the other hand, we have increased the number of vaccines we got, including the latest contract that we've signed with Pfizer, meaning that we will receive 1.2 million vaccines throughout this year. So multiple crises in Kosovo had, in addition, a very difficult one regarding both public health and economic situation. But bit by bit, we are establishing ourselves as a progressive force, which is in office to bring labor-intensive investments on one hand, and rule of law, which is going to fight corruption. We have started with a smaller cabinet, but with people who enjoy high trust in public, but both have at the same time expertise in their professions and work experience on the fields that they will be ministers in my cabinet. We plan to do, regarding the rule of law, a vetting process in order to get our prosecution active and our judiciary effective, because this is what we're lacking. Our prosecution has generally been passive in the recent years in fighting corruption, especially high-level corruption. And on the other hand, judiciary has not been efficient. In the Palace of Justice, there has been, in the past years, 500,000 cases in dusty cupboards there. So we're trying to make efficient judiciary with wise and effective judges, but on the other hand, also active prosecution with energetic and smart prosecutors. And we believe that this will come out from the vetting process, which concept document we have already approved in our government. On the other hand, we want to bridge the skills gap by linking labor market with professional education. Because in order to have investments from our diaspora, but also from abroad, we really need not just to increase employment, but also to increase employment for the youth and women in the professions that they have been studying in university. So besides having big unemployment, we have the skills gap, and we want to bridge it by dual education model, which is typical for, let's say, Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. People trust us. We enjoy enormous support from the people, but at the same time, we want people to agree with us. So we engage thoroughly in the parliamentarian debate and in social debate. Kosovo wants to join NATO and EU as soon as possible and wants to increase cooperation in the Western Balkans on the principle of democratization, rule of law, contribution for peace and security. But at the same time, we need to join forces to combat corruption, which is cross-border, I must say, in all the Western Balkans countries, and not only. One of the things that I've mentioned in today's conference is also the issue of facing of the past, because we know that there are 4 wars which have been launched by Belgrade in the 90s, first in Slovenia, then in Croatia, after in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and in the late 90s in Kosovo. And there are open wounds, and we need to heal that by facing the past, by prosecuting criminals who committed those atrocities, but at the same time, by having restorative and retributive justice for all the victims. I believe that EU is not only an assembly of facts and interests, but also values and principles. And we want to adhere to those values and principles. And in this way, by having a vision for Western Balkan 6 to be included into EU, EU becomes Europe, and we, the Western Balkans, we were always in Europe and have to become EU sooner rather than later. To this end, we need the help of Greece. We need the help of all our neighbors in the Western Balkan 6 who are part of NATO and of EU, because they can show better than anyone else that this region deserves to join EU, but at the same time that Western Balkan 6, where Kosovo is not a neighbor of EU, but it is surrounded by EU. So basically, we are like an enclave, which is good to be helped in order to finally integrate in our European family. Sharing values like freedom, democracy, human rights, civil rights, rule of law, and equality are something that we can also work together on the level of our government and institutions, but also of our citizens. So we look forward towards Kosovo, where every citizen can start a business without paying a bribe at the start or ransoms to operate, and where businesses have legal certainty, an efficient and functioning administration, and rely on independent institutions to enforce their economic rights. Democracy is a great gift that we have, and Kosovo belongs to the alliance of the world democracies. And for this, we have the ancient Greeks to thank, because they gave the world ideas, the doing and the thinking of the democracy and the truth. And the notion that we are citizens with free will, with rights and responsibilities towards a society, and with the capacity to govern ourselves and not servants to a king, emperor, or a dictator. I believe that after 25 centuries that democracy has been invented by ancient Greeks, we still find ourselves somehow debating these concepts with some countries, questioning whether some societies can govern themselves or people have the right to self-determination. But we are Europe, the place of ideas and idealism, of Renaissance and Enlightenment. And we know the power of ideas and the role of individuals who preferred to even extinguish themselves in prison cell or die for a cause in a struggle than give up on ideas and truth. So truth we must seek, not just within our societies, but also in relations to each other, because I believe the truth sets us free. That is why I insist that as long as Serbia doesn't face its past, it will not accept the reality and the truth. And I believe that recognizing the reality of an independent Kosovo is to accept the truth. And as soon as the remaining countries within EU do this, the sooner Serbia will follow. In this spirit, I have today proposed a new framework for regional cooperation. One which recognizes our shared European values and our shared destiny within European Union. This framework foresees the creation of a new free trade area called CEFTA. So to upgrade and to accelerate from CEFTA to CEFTA, Southeast European Free Trade Area, which would include 6 members of the Western Balkans, take all the good existing elements from CEFTA, and would enter into a direct agreement with EU, similar to the EU-European Economic Area with EFTA countries. To conclude, I believe that citizens of Kosovo and all the region, in spite of their nationality or religion or background, they need jobs and justice. And we need the help of EU for this. And we believe that EU must be protected. So at the very end, I would say that EU can be protected and should be protected by, let's say, anti-fascist kind of peace, welfare kind of state, and NATO kind of security. EU is not a project in itself and for itself, but a project of peace for Europe, and it must be defended. To this end, the inclusion of Western Balkan 6 is indispensable. Kosovo, Western Balkan 6, and EU are very, very important to each other. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to address to a very distinguished group of friends.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, and thank you for underlining the persistence of the EU's normative appeal, even during these times where the challenges are more than present, and when the geopolitical competition of other players, non-European players, in influencing the region, again, it's a lived reality for all of us. Certainly, we can hope that Kosovo, the society, can stop being an island, an enclave, because a more complete Europe can only be a stronger Europe. Many thanks indeed. Let me now turn to Mr. Josipovic, as I said, former president of the Republic of Croatia. I mentioned in the introduction for you that you have a long background in music. So perhaps you can offer us a music analogy in how you see the situation. Because the rule of law, that piece, in order to play it, you need to be a virtuoso. But maybe, you can use that background and flesh out to us how you see the situation. Of course, taking into account the particular context of Croatia being one of the newer EU member states, and to this end, extending your insightful observations to the entire region as well. Mr. Josipovic, please.
Thank you very much. Happily being part of this discussion. I have music background, but I'm also a law professor. So that's something that enabled me to speak more substantially. Musically speaking, we have some kind of cacophonia in Europe, in Southeast Europe especially, and definitely it's not good for democratic processes and even for NATO and EU future of some countries. So firstly, I would ask all participants or friends from the other countries, don't repeat mistakes that we did in Croatia. I will explain what are mistakes and what are consequences of the mistake. And I also ask European Union, don't repeat mistakes you did with Croatia with other Southeastern European countries. So what happened in Croatia and what are consequences? At the very beginning of our statehood, we declared that we would like to be member of EU. That means we are going to accept values. One of the most important is rule of law. And there were two important group of tasks we had to fulfill. Firstly, to organize our judiciary to have independent and efficient judiciary acting in accordance with high law standards. Secondly, we had problem with war crimes because we had war, as His Excellency Prime Minister said. We had problem how to treat war crimes because we considered our war as self-defense law, but also we recognized that there were war crimes from all sides. And what's very important to have same criteria in prosecuting war criminals in spite are there from our side and from the other side. And that was the biggest challenge in our way or in our path towards European Union. The most important thing was also to collaborate properly with the Hague Tribunal for War Crimes. And that's very important for international community to judge the level of principle of rule of law in any particular country that was involved in the war in the 90s. So, but finally, I am very proud that I was one that signed the treaty, accession treaty with European Union, and I was together with the government. Of course, the leading role of the government was very important, but I was president coming from opposition, but but our new democratic government, it was later shown that it was not so democratic, decided to reform our judiciary. And they dismissed many judges from former system, but not because there were some kind of political activists during their service, but because they were not in favor of a ruling party, or especially because they were of wrong nationality. Manner. Then came European Union and said, now you have to ensure independence of judiciary. And they help us to involve rules under which the judiciary elect themselves, They control themselves and they themselves decide on the responsibility. This type of independence of judiciary you cannot find in any old of social experiment, because when you analyze what is needed to have in separation of power, we have to have separation, but also control of power. That means judges, when they are taking their decision, they must be completely independent, completely. No any political or out of politics influence. But controlling functioning of judiciary, there must be social control. Not necessarily political control, but social control. That means the judges cannot elect themselves. Because the consequence will be what we have here in Croatia. They're electing their kids, they're electing their friends, and they're not controlling judiciary, correct functioning of judiciary. And it's very rare that someone is responsible. Just yesterday, 3 judges were arrested. But they were arrested just because of very high pressure of public opinion. In all previous cases, judges protected themselves. And unfortunately, today we have inefficient, unfair judiciary. We are a member of the European Union, but we have inefficient, unfair, and very independent judiciary. That means they're independent on any control, now there is partnership between high politics and judiciary, but it's not a result of hierarchy. Judiciary is not cooperating with some part of our politics scene, not because they are under them, they need to follow them, but they are partners. They are partners. It's very important and very, very dangerous for any society. So now we are trying to articulate some new rules how to organize judiciary, how to ensure that our judiciary will be responsible. We have 500,000 unresolved cases. We have cases, especially against criminal cases against high officials, lasting for 12, 15, 20 years. We have so many cases that comes in the time limits. It's disaster. And now the public opinion is completely against judiciary, and we don't believe it to judiciary. That's very dangerous, because that shows that we really became better society during our path to European Union. We really became better society, not only better state, but better society. But unfortunately, after we entered the European Union, we are now in process of social regression. And judiciary is the most visible part of this not very good process we have today. So my recommendation is to organize judiciary not in accordance with social experiments invented by some professors from, I don't know which country, it's not important, but to organize judiciary in accordance with experience of all democratic countries. That means Germany, Austria, France, I don't know, there are different models. But we have, together with very few countries, very unique models that make judiciary as a state in the state. And it's not acceptable, and the result is very poor. Now, many people somehow understand judiciary as partner, not of society, but partner of mafia, unfortunately.
Right.
And so we have to overcome now. We are in a worse position that we were before our enters to the European Union. And the judiciary is doing everything to stop democratic processes and control over judiciary. And I hope now some cases appearing now involving judges in corruption, and in some cases also in net of corruption and net of organized crime, will push us to re-reform our judiciary and to abolish some reforms we made in the 90s and at the beginning of this century. So everything for my first appearance here. Thank you for accepting me, for inviting me on this conference. And I hope that the experience of Croatia will help you to make your judiciaries better than we have today. Thank you.
Mr. Josipovic, thanks for that very comprehensive description of the journey taken by Croatia. Certainly also for highlighting the fact that membership of the EU doesn't mean that the democracy journey ends.
Yes.
It's not a threshold which you cross and then it's a done deal. It's a constant struggle. But many thanks indeed. Let me quickly turn to President Ivanic now. You come from Bosnia-Herzegovina, as I said, a country with profound pain, profound challenges in the past, but also an example of remarkable progress in the past. With your particular background and deep knowledge of regional politics and of the political situation in your country, I was also wondering if you could tell us what your country's perspective is concerning the state of play, the reforms needed, but also the challenges faced. And we just heard from Vice President Sinas, who said that this year needs to be a year of reforms for Bosnia-Herzegovina. President Ivanic, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And at the beginning, I have to say that I share almost everything what President Josipovic said. I was the Prime Minister of Republika Srpska and the Minister of Foreign Affairs before being a member of the presidency. And I was involved in an attempt to make reform within the judiciary. And the same concept was applied also in Bosnia. So the judges are electing the judges, prosecutors are electing the prosecutors, and nobody else can have any influence. And we have a very bad situation these days in a judiciary generally. And the people are completely, there is no trust in any of these institutions. Additionally to that, at that time, we wanted to have, let's say, international good judges and the prosecutors. And the idea was really good to have the real experienced judges in a society which was after the war, where not only the war crimes, but also the typical classical criminal acts were done. And we wanted to have independent, strong, experienced foreign judges. It was agreed with the local politicians. And you know what happened at the end of the day? Some bureaucrats from the international institutions, especially Office of the High Representative, when they lose the job there, they were appointed to be prosecutors without being a single day in office before, without having any experience. And because of that, there is no real trust, even on the international community. Citizens of Bosnia doesn't believe neither to the local players, nor even to the international. These politicians are more important for the whole social development than institutions. And I believe that this is the biggest problem in the whole region, and especially in Bosnia. So somehow to make a pressure to create the atmosphere that institutions are essential, which means that then the rule of law would be also essential, not a will of a single president or something like that. We have now in the whole region impression that presidents, prime ministers are more important than prosecutor office, than the highest court in the country, which means that the rule of law is still not in reality on the ground. We are basically not at the beginning, but we have to make a lot of efforts in they tolerate that. Is it because we have responsibility of the bureaucrats and bureaucrats don't want to challenge their position, so they just want to, just the time will go on so that their posts are not in a danger. But the fact that EU tolerates something which is not in accordance with the basic European values, this is something which I simply cannot explain. I cannot accept. Misuse of the public media to promote, some political parties, some leaders, and that nobody comments that. Misuse of the election process, misuse of the public funds and public institutions during election process and campaign. Everybody tolerates that like it's normal for the Western Balkans. It's not normal for the European Union. It must be not normal also for the Western Balkan countries. Because if we tolerate that because of the much more broader goals, then we are losing the basic values. And then what does it mean to speak about the European values in that situation? So there is more need to be. I don't think that the international community can directly solve all our problems on that they have to be involved in the daily life. No, but they have to stick to the values and to show very clearly that there are no other reasons to tolerate misuse of the basic European values. For me, this is the most important. Without that, I don't see how the leaders in the Western Balkans will change that. Their interest is, if it's useful for them to survive, politically to survive, to misuse the public media, they will misuse that. So if we expect that they will be certainly the most, I would say, people with the vision who will do something which is not on their own interest, that will not happen. That's the Balkans. We are on the Balkans. And without having this very clear position, European values has to be applied. As long as they are not there, we will not tolerate this way of the behavior. I am very pessimistic. If there will be a change of the current excess, then I am. I have to say that I am. We need some sort of the support, especially from the EU, in order to develop NGOs within the region. NGOs who are critical about the governments, they cannot have a funds on the local level to be financed. Simply, all the institutions will be against them. So we need to develop also NGOs, media, all these things in order to create completely new atmosphere, which will be a pressure on the leadership in every country to change the current behavior, which is not in accordance with the European values. I think that this is a very essential fact, extremely significant. And with this approach, I think there will be, again, more trust in the European Union. For instance, in Bosnia, still the support for the European Union, for the path to the European Union is high, but it's low at the lower level. Why? Because there are no clear signs. And I think that this typical approach, which was seen in whole region, and especially in Bosnia, has to be changed. And if there is serious effort, I'm optimistic. If everything will continue like it was last, let's say, decade, then I am quite pessimistic about the essential change in whole Western Balkan and also in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And my additional message to my colleagues in the region, and especially in Brussels, is we cannot speak so much about the past. It's easiest way to promote yourself. I was a victim in the past. I was a victim in the past. Everybody has to support me. But this is slowly becoming boring, because there is a new generation, especially in the Brussels, of the officials who are simply even who were not born during our difficult time at the beginning of the 90s. We have to be future-oriented, and about the past, we will think differently. If you ask Serbs, Croats, Bosniaks about the last war, they will have a 3 different explanations. Same maybe in some other parts in the Western Balkans. And we cannot change that so quickly. The future, and the future can be a common based on the same really European values.
Many thanks for that powerful ending point. This needs to be a forward-looking exercise, but it should be based, as you said, perhaps on constructive, flexible ways of engagement, but that are underpinned by a set of non-negotiable set of values. So many thanks indeed. I can see now we're joined by Mr. Cătălin Predoiu. So good to have you with us. As I said, former Prime Minister of Romania, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of his country. Again, Romania, being an EU member state with its own setbacks, challenges regarding the subject matter, but also, as we've seen in the last few years, a strong thirst amongst the citizens for deepening the democratic ethos and enhancing transparency. What is your take on what we've been discussing? Also taking into account that as Croatia and Greece, Romania is a member state, so it has to play the dual role of deepening internally, but also inspiring externally. Please, Mr. Predoiu, Mr. Prime Minister. I think you're still muted. And a point of order for all speakers, let's be more conscious of time in our interventions. Mr. Predoiu? I don't think we can hear you. I don't know if the technicians can somehow unmute. We still can't hear you, sir. Okay, maybe how about, because being conscious of time and just to make sure that we're covering all speakers, maybe I move on to the next speaker and then the technicians in parallel can fix the sound issue of Mr. Predoiu. Which brings me to Ms. Dora Bakoyannis. Ms. Bakoyannis, we've heard a lot from the region. I know the region is a topic that is very close to your heart. You've played a remarkable role while being at the Foreign Ministry, but not only during that time. But perhaps we can focus a little bit more on Greece, the role of Greece in facilitating this greater, this path of greater progress towards democracy. And we certainly heard a lot about the impact of COVID-19, the pandemic. We saw the global crisis that ensued and its impact on the values of the norms relating to the rule of law. So putting it all together, what is your take on what we're discussing? Ms. Bakoyannis?
Well, I'll try to be brief. First of all, thank you. And I would like really to thank President Josipovic and President Ivanic for their bluntness and for speaking the truth about the whole situation in the Western Balkans and mainly in their countries. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because the rule of law, the respect for human rights, it's not a theoretical discussion. It is not an idea. It is something which is tangible, measurable. So we in Europe have to face this reality and also take our own responsibilities. Now I'm starting with Greece. Greece is the oldest member of the Balkans in the European Union. We had our share of problems, mainly after the dictatorship. It was a new area. We managed, I think, more or less, we can say that after the dictatorship, Greece's democracy is the best democracy we ever had. Of course, there are always problems, but we deal with it quite successfully. Now, during the pandemic was a great challenge for all democracies in the European Union. It was a great challenge because the pandemic itself obliged us to a whole new set of decisions, governmental decisions, which were, of course, contradictory to most of our basic rule of law. But because due to health issues, decisions were made, difficult decisions for most of the societies, difficult decisions also for Greece. Now, during the pandemic, I'm a member of the Council of Europe. That's why we constantly speak about that. We faced democracies, different countries inside the European Union, using the pandemic in a very, very regrettable, I'm trying to be politically correct, way. What does that mean? They used the pandemic to practically stop the functioning of parliaments, to bring the decision-making taken from parliament directly to the governments, and practically making decisions without any kind of real democratic control. Now, this was the case in some countries. I don't want to mention them now at the panel, but I think everybody knows what we are talking about. This is a problem now which have to be dealt with because, as the two presidents said, we failed the Western Balkans, but we also failed ourselves many times. And if we want really to function and protect the European values and the rule of law, then we must first of all be honest with ourselves. So this situation which happened in Europe during the pandemic is not acceptable. And it is something which we have to speak out. We will speak out as a Council of Europe. I don't know if the rest of the European Union will realize that this is a challenge. We have to face it soon enough, because if not, it will stay as a way of thinking or of acting in politics. Now, I said before we failed the Western Balkans. We failed the Western Balkans for mainly two reasons. The first one is that for a very long time, to be honest, in the last 10 years, the European Union was not really interested in getting the Western Balkans into the European course. There were economic problems, there were other problems, there was a dissatisfaction of the way the functioning of the European Union. Well, there are many reasons. But the result is that the message to the Western Balkans was a message of disinterest. Now, that, as the president said, was translated by some European low functionaries going to the Western Balkans at the end of their career, or I don't know what. And of course, there was a major mistake done, allow me to say, also by some decisions of the Venice Commission in the way they proposed the functioning of the judiciary in these countries. Because the functioning of the judiciary was not the European way of the functioning of the judiciary. It was another experiment which didn't work, and it didn't work anywhere they tried it. So this must be changed if we really want to be helpful to some of the Western Balkan countries which are really asking for it now. And I'm saying that because there is a big issue. And the big issue is, if we really want to be helpful and to the Western Balkan countries, and we want them to stand on their feet and be able, at the end of the day, to take part in the European Union, then the rule of law is not, as I started saying, a theoretical issue. This is the real passport to the European Union. The European Union has to be very, very clear about this kind of message. What do I mean? Democratic values. You cannot fool around with elections. You have to have free media. You have to have a free independent judiciary. And it's our role to help, and it's our role to encourage these political parties who are really interested in making this kind of reforms. So this is the role I see that Greece can play. Greece had her own experiences. I think we managed quite well. We managed during the pandemic to deal with a lot of very difficult issues, from the Evros crisis to the tension in the Mediterranean to the pandemic. But we managed that with an open parliament. We managed that with the parliament functioning under special rules, but we managed with an open parliament. The government went to parliament and explained every bit of piece of law was decided. It was decided in parliament. There was not one day that the Greek parliament closed. And I think this is extremely important if you compare it to other countries in the European Union. Now, I see for a very long time, we saw Greece's role in the region as the economic, machine for the Western Balkans. For me now, the most important role which Greece can play is the role of helping and encouraging and giving, if we can, some of our know-how, some of our people, so that they can help the institution building, the real democratic institution building in the region. Because the president said before, I don't know what's more important, the institutions or the people. The truth is that if we want to build institutions, we need credible people. We cannot build the institutions impersonally. We have to have credible people, credible politicians, credible persons who will back the institution building. So that's where I see the role of my country. I hope that we can be helpful in that area, because, as you know, we Greeks sincerely want the Western Balkans to become members of the European Union. We don't believe the Western Balkans are the backyard of Europe. We believe that's the front yard. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't take much more of your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bakoyannis. Excellent in content and top marks in being concise and succinct. I thank you for ending on a high note as well, that of hope. And I would like to re-stress what you stress. This exercise, not a theoretical experiment, a tangible experiment, a very actionable experiment. And I think the frankness and granularity of the intervention so far shows this. Quickly turning to Mr. Predoiu, also reminding our speakers that we have about 15 minutes for 3 remaining speakers. So let's do better when it comes to time. Mr. Predoiu, please.
Hello, thank you very much. Sorry for the incident with the technical means. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this conference. It is a great pleasure and privilege for me, and I think this conference could once again underline the basic truth that nothing really works in a society without a proper respect for the rule of law and the independent judiciary. I was prepared to speak at large about the reforms within the judiciary system in Romania, about the fight against corruptions, about the challenges of structuring, building an independent and professional, with a high-level professional expertise body of magistrates, with the interaction with the other powers, things which are also discussed by the predecessors in this conference. But I understand we should a little bit concentrate our speech in order to allow the other colleagues to express their ideas. So I will point out a very particular aspect was prepared in my presentation, speaking about the rule of law as a culture, because beyond any laws, logistical capabilities and public policies addressed to the judiciary, the rule of law is also a cultural issue. And to create, nurture, grow, and protect a culture of the rule of law, we should work hard in many areas, from early civic and legal education of the young scholars to the public advocacy of the rule of law, good high degree education in legal fields, of course, also implication of legal professions in supporting and defending the rule of law, and not least professionalism and expertise of the legal professions and magistrates, because here we have a lot of things to improve, at least in Romania. A particular aspect of the cultural dimension of the rule of law, I think, as a cornerstone value of modern society, is the role of politicians and political parties. And of course, modern politicians are mass supporters of the rule of law, and they are passionate about claiming this every time they have an opportunity, especially in front of TV cameras. But how many of them really believe in this? I think this is an important question. How many of them really understand the basic content of the rule of law concept? This is another important question. And I have another one. How many of them really understand the importance of the rule of law for stability and growth? And another one, how many of them are ready to defend the rule of law? And I could have many other questions, questioning and challenging the correspondence between the thoughts, words, and facts of the politicians concerning the rule of law. I believe we should permanently challenge and check the honest commitment of politicians towards the rule of law. The fact that we can still find on the benches of the parliaments in many countries politicians convicted for criminal offenses, including for corruption, or politicians who chair different state bodies, although they face severe accusations on corruption or organized crime, it's impregnable argument that we should remain vigilant and exigent with our parties in what regards the respect of highest criteria of integrity on public dignities. The rule of law is like a golden ring of the golden era of democracy. We should cherish it and defend it and nurture it every day. It's not a natural gift. It's not the happy consequences of a hazardous chain of events. It is one of the most precious achievements of humankind. And many people have dedicated their lives to thinking about it and to writing about it. And many have fought for it and many have died for it. And I think we all owe them to keep the rule of law safe and strong for the sake of the future generations. And from this, we can, of course, expand the discussions about the technicalities for transforming the judiciary from a justice of power to a power of justice, to fostering the independence of judiciary. The connection, as one of my predecessors very well explained, between the judiciary as a power and the whole society, because we cannot create a judiciary per se. We need to create a functional public service judiciary who pay attention to the citizens, to care about the citizens, and of course obeying the law and being independent, especially from the politicians, but not only. Independent from the media power, independent from the economic power, independent from any power, but not extracted from the body of the society. It's a long discussion. It's a very generous topic. I will congratulate you for this conference, and I wish you success in continuing these efforts for fostering the Balkanic cooperation. Thank you very much, and good luck from Bucharest.
Many thanks and warm greetings to Bucharest. And I should say thank you for reminding us the stakes that are involved in this effort, which again are not abstract and not theoretical. They're very real. Many thanks indeed. Ms. Vodo, I turn to you. I'd be very interested in hearing your take on this, especially taking into account what we heard by Vice President Sinas. We're within the framework of the beginning of EU accession talks with Albania. And therefore, when it comes to Albania, there is this more institutionalized interplay between the country and the EU's efforts to facilitate progress. So, Ms. Vodo, please.
Thank you very much indeed. I am very honored to be part of the Thessaloniki Forum since, first of all, I have been enjoying now and in previous years so many interesting discussions regarding especially the judiciary, which is at the core of the EU accession, not only for the candidate countries, but it has been, as mentioned before, for Croatia and other countries who joined in 2004 and 2007. And indeed, to share the best strategies to the best approach towards the rule of law, freedom, justice is crucial to bring ahead the accession. And there are 6 main initiatives which, through a strategy, the EU aims to support the Balkans to meet its values and achieve the convergence criteria. And this is done through action plans of compliance with EU standards, with special monitoring, with consulting missions. And the EU so far has been the very best model of the rule of law by building the political space which would focus on this. And I'd like only to mention that 8 years ago, when the socialists gained power in 2013, more than 90% of the citizens did not believe in the judiciary. And we are faced with stratified layers of corruption built up during the whole period of transition. And it was with the help of the EU and with the US partners that we have now fully reformed the justice system. And the capacity of proactive investigation in cases of corruption and crimes of officials have been improved, obviously. Well, and the focus against high-level corruption and in the judicial system will remain a priority for the 3rd mandate. But of course, as mentioned before, this is not a priority in itself. We have received the candidate status in the EU 7 years ago, and in the previous years with the screening periods, in the approximation with the legislation, this government is now pouring all its efforts into the economic expansion. And for what concerns the economy, as I mentioned before, the judiciary and its independence, it is not a scope in itself. The EU is the main partner for both the exports and imports, not only for Albania, but for the whole Balkan countries. And the EU is as well the main source of foreign direct investment, holding more than half of the total stock of FDI. So the investment regime was overhauled with the adoption of a new law in Albania, and this strengthened the creation of fiscal, administrative, and financial incentives for both domestic and foreign investors. And one example is the adoption of the electronic business registration system. And for the foreign policy, Albania is based on the zero problems with the neighbors principle, and this led to an increased cooperation with our neighbors in the framework of the process to join the EU. And from my point of view, we can see the EU enlargement process from two different angles. From one side, it certainly offers more opportunities for the strengthening of the rule of law, and we can understand how important it is to enjoy and to have foreign investments in our countries. But on the other side, we have achieved a certain point where we need to, or more precisely, the EU needs to revise the new methodology for the enlargement. This has been shown and this has been declared by high-level political actors in the EU, and I believe that it is the time now to actually rethink of how we can proceed with the candidate countries, since our citizens are needing more and more voice and some strong signals from the EU. And I believe that the citizens are the essential components of this, and we should work to inspire and empower the EU values. And the EU values, some of them are solidarity. And I do consider that in this sense, we can play a significant role in achieving our common goals if we would improve not only the political strategy, but democratizing better our internal procedures. Right. On this note, I would like to thank the other speakers for being very bold and for pointing out some of the flaws and some of the points which indeed need to be revised by the EU, and to see the region of the Balkans as a region as it really is, a region with great dynamism, with so much to give, where the investments can flow more smoothly and where the economy can flourish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vodor. Definitely adding that Albanian perspective was very much necessary, and we'll hear in a moment or two from Prime Minister Rama. Let me now turn to the last speaker, Ms. Ratkovic. Mr. Ratkovic, I should say. You have worked extensively on what we've been discussing, and now in Brussels, you have a great understanding of the EU's approach, or should I say the EU's decreasing leverage. And perhaps closing off our discussion, because you're the last speaker, maybe you can offer a more holistic overview of the general trends in the region and the dance of policies and politics between the EU and the Western Balkans. Mr. Ratkovic. I believe you're also muted. There we go, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. I think that first point I would like to make is that European Union is unfortunately losing Western Balkans. And this process, of course, has been, steadily growing for a past decade or so. But now we are approaching, crucial time in development of relationship between European Union and Western Balkans. And of course, the major reason for this is the fact that there is no appetite on behalf of European Union to really enlarge at this point because of its internal problems, political and economic, because of some negative experiences with some of the latest member states that were accepted into the club. But of course, the blame is on both sides. And in the Western Balkans itself, you do have several autocratic leaders, and you do have several so-called hybrid regimes. And those autocrats, of course, are not building those regimes in order to dismantle it overnight because of EU accession. So some of them are simply pretending that they would like to join European Union, while in reality, like in Serbia, they are doing everything to basically diminish support for European Union membership and to cement these kind of autocratic regimes. And of course, since there is a lack of common position within European Union to really proceed with enlargement process, European Union has been tolerating this kind of catastrophic situation with rule of law in most, if not all, Western Balkan countries in past decade. And they were promoting so-called stabilitocracy, or better to say, the major concern or the major goal was short to medium term stability in the region, even without real democracy. Of course, those capture states are never really stable, and nor that stability can be long-lived. And this is the problem we are being faced at the moment. When you are seeing what European Commission has been doing in its so-called annual progress reports, unfortunately, it has been much more concerned with ticking boxes and trying to create illusion of some sort of progress than really assessing what is situation with the rule of law on the ground. And the effect of that was that pro-European elites in the countries of Western Balkans became growingly disillusioned with this whole process. So they are now either much more passive that they were in the past, or most of those elites has been leaving the region for Western countries in last decade or so. So those are very, very worrying trends. Now, I mean, what can be done and what are maybe, some opportunities? Of course, one opportunity is this new enlargement methodology of European Union. Hopefully, this could be, in a way, a new chance, renewed chance to really establish rule of law in our countries. If, of course, this methodology is really implemented with a strong political will, because, for the first time, there is a chance to basically reverse this process of enlargement, or this negotiating process, if the countries are not performing well. So there are also penalties that are possible. So, I mean, if that methodology is really implemented, then I think that could be a new hope. Also, there is economic and investment plan for Western Balkans, which is quite robust one, but I think that it has to be strongly connected with performance in rule of law. That would be one of important leverages that European Union might have to basically persuade, leaders of the region to stop, faking reforms and really start performing. And of course, alignment to joint foreign and security policy of European Union should be much more closely monitored and encouraged, and not only left for some, later stage. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and hopefully both European Union and Western Balkans are going to use these new opportunities that are there. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Ratkovic. And I think it's a great point that we're finishing off on a more optimistic note than what we've heard. Let me thank once more, since we have to close, our wonderful panel, and especially Prime Minister Kurti, Presidents Josipovic and Ivanic, Minister Bakoyannis, Prime Minister Predoiu, Minister Vodo, and Mr. Ratkovic. I think you've all helped us guide us through the complexity, but also the urgency that surrounds this particular topic. And I also want to thank you as a moderator for an always frank and often blunt and bold discussion. It wasn't theoretical, it was very much granular. So many thanks indeed.
Can I interrupt also, 1 minute, please?
Actually, we don't have the time. I'm told that we don't have the time.
I was Minister of Justice, not Prime Minister. Thank you very much.
Okay. Apologies for the mistake. It's well noted, and good you intervened. So apologies. A big thanks to the organizers, in addition to the speakers, Greek House Davos, Ms. Irini Vandaraki, and the entire team, the Thessaloniki Regional Forum, Konstantinos and Vasilis, for all the hard work that has been put into this. As I usually do, I will leave you with a short quote, and this is by a legendary progressive European figure, former Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme, who once said, "For us, democracy is a question of human dignity, and human dignity is political freedom." Thank you. Enjoy your afternoon. And of course, please stay tuned for the video keynote speech of Mr. Rama and the rest of the program. Konstantinos, the floor is yours.
Vasilis, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for this amazing discussion. As you said, sometimes blunt, but it's always useful to hear exactly what the protagonists of the region have to say. And it's a discussion between us, for us, inside the Balkans, for the Balkans. And it's always very, very useful. Now we will move with our next keynote speech. The Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Edi Rama, was hosting today in Tirana the summit of the six leaders of the Western Balkans. It seems it was a very, very important and very, very fruitful discussion. Prime Minister was very kind in his tight schedule to record a speech for our conference and to elaborate on the priorities of Albania and the Albanian government for the cooperation economically, politically, geostrategically in the region. Please, let's hear the speech of Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama. Thank you very much.
Hello. I would like to thank the organizers for putting regional cooperation at the center of discussion at the Thessaloniki Forum. Unfortunately, I can't be with you because today I have to welcome in Tirana the leaders of the Western Balkans to discuss the future of the region in the next decade. In this context, there are four messages I'll deliver and I like to share with the esteemed audience in this forum. First, we need to move onwards to the implementation of the European investment package for the Western Balkans, so that we can prepare the region not just for the economic sustainable recovery in the post-pandemic period, but also for a dual transition to green and digital economies. This is great, an excellent opportunity for us to build socioeconomic resilience and improve economic convergence with the EU. The gap between the EU and the Western Balkans is still big, and the pandemic has hit the region and its strategic economic sectors even worse. That's why the implementation of the economic investment plan makes it necessary for us to rush, to coordinate, to work together within the region, align our regulatory and legislative frameworks based on EU legislation and practices, and stick to our commitments in the framework of regional cooperation. Connectivity remains at the heart of this plan, and rightly so, because you all know connectivity is a must, and we are still behind compared to the bigger family we want to join one day. So we are putting the pipeline for investment and technical preparation projects of regional impact. Projects that will connect our countries not only to each other, but of course to the bordering EU members, most notably Greece. Second, we need to bring the region closer to the EU and the EU single market. This includes the mutual recognition of green digital cards of vaccination also, between the EU and EU members and the Western Balkans. I would use this opportunity to highlight to our Greek friends and partners how important this recognition is for the boost of one of the major and most strategic sectors of the economy, on both sides, tourism. But in this case, let me say, tourists in Greece, there are a lot, but from the region, Albanian tourists are the best spenders. But this is not the only reason. Albanians have a long history, and of course, a history with pain, with isolation, with inability to move freely around their own region. And every time that this spectrum comes back, not for a reason that has deep roots, but from a past that has still deep roots, the emotional part becomes tense. And what is happening is that we are the first level risk country together with Iceland in the whole continent. And when it comes to the decisions, now Serbs, North Macedonians can move freely in the border with Greece. Albanians not yet. So please, let's move forward and let's make it happen soon. Third, we need to move fast with implementation of commitments taken among both the Western Balkans and the EU in the area of economic cooperation. This would mean the extension of the initiative of green lanes on transport and trade beyond the region of the Western Balkans into the wider Southeast Europe. Bilateral cooperation between our countries is key in this respect. Fourth, we need regional cooperation to deliver concrete results for citizens. For the past 3 years, we have been in the process of negotiating and working on a number of steps and agreements with a view to facilitate free movement of people, goods, services and capital among our countries. I'll call to the leaders of the Western Balkans today to carry on, to move on, to push for implementing on commitments taken in the framework of the Berlin Summit at common regional markets so that citizens see the benefit of our work is tangible, is daily, in tangible ways. Finally, the perspective of EU integration remains the political framework in which regional cooperation takes place and gains place. As we are awaiting, somehow similarly to Vladimir and Estragon, Albania and North Macedonia, Samuel Beckett to give a sign, to say move, for the European Council to decide on the launching, finally, the intergovernmental conference with Albania and North Macedonia later this month, we are reminded that the European accession is not a timeline, but a political project hinging upon a political vision and a dream. So Albania and I personally will continue to walk towards the dream and political vision, despite the date, despite the deadlines that changes all the time, despite the internal dynamics within the Union, within singular member states. It is, however, important that for the citizens and their trust in this project to see that the EU delivers, that the EU is not just about empty promises. So on its side too, there are things that need to improve. The region of the Western Balkans is the only region where the EU can compete and, with resilience and clarity, even prevail vis-à-vis other actors. This is clear. Therefore, a political as well as an economic approach for an enhanced cooperation and relationship with the Western Balkans must be relaunched. Today at the Tirana summit, we will hopefully be able to articulate clearly and in good faith how this relationship will look in the next decade. Of course, it's work in progress. You know, friends, especially them who are from the region, that we like to produce history. So please don't judge me wrong or don't judge me bad when I talk about next decade, because at the end, we know it's about the next day. Thank you and much success in your conference proceedings today. I wish to you all the very best from Tirana.
All right, so I can see that all our speakers are here. So welcome everyone to Balkans 2021 strategic discussion on COVID-19 economic recovery. My name is Basil Gavalas and I'm a public affairs consultant and Greek House Davos advisor based in Athens. So the panel title is actually a question, and I think that we've been graced by the organizers with perhaps the most existential question of all panels of the summit. The question is, I would say, pretty direct and pretty straightforward. It's about how we can work together to facilitate post-COVID-19 economic recovery. And if you break down the title, you can see that there is this first part, the working together part. Again, pretty straightforward. Indeed, in a world struggling to revitalize alliances and multilateral cooperation, the word together is the key word. We're talking about the challenges of today, the challenges of tomorrow, which are actually so transversal and cross-cutting and transnational in nature that it's almost impossible to imagine that lonely paths or fragmented ways can result in efficient solutions. So I expect our excellent panel to respond to this crucial question. And we're very grateful today to have with us such distinguished speakers to help us navigate the waters of it. So we have Minister Kostas Bakoyannis, the Greek Deputy Foreign Minister for Economic Diplomacy and Openness, and one might say, and probably indeed, one of the key architects of Greece's investment miracle, which has been made possible during the past few months, despite the pandemic. Ms. Liliana Pavlova, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and one of the most successful Europe ministers Bulgaria ever had. So welcome, Vice President, and thank you. We also have with us Ambassador Georgette Moss-Bakker, the co-chair of the Three Seas Initiative in the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C., and a former U.S. ambassador to Poland, and an accomplished corporate leader. We have Ambassador Antonio Takis, the former ambassador of Panama to Greece and Cyprus, and general director and owner of the Panama Shipping Agency and Services. We have Dr. Barbara Kolm, the Vice President of the Central Bank of Austria, and of course, the head of the Austrian Economic Center. We have Milos Vetanovic, the State Secretary for Trade, Tourism and Telecommunication of Serbia. And last but not least, we have our very own Leonidas Christopoulos, known also as Mr. State, because he was the guy behind the design and setting into motion of the concept of executive state, which has transformed the way the Greek state responds to the citizen needs. So let me pass the floor to Minister Bakoyannis, who will be delivering the opening keynote speech because he has to go right after for some diplomatic commitments. So Minister, the virtual floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I mean, so kind words. I hope that my message will keep up with the promises and the understanding that something spectacular is coming up from the Greek state and from the investments in the country and the Greek economy and the growth that we all aspire to. Indeed, you said that it is working together to facilitate the post-COVID economic recovery. And what I plan on doing today is to talk to you about innovative ecosystems and public to private partnerships and how both investments can boost the region's competitiveness. So I'm not going to get into the expected post-COVID recovery actions, but rather to the unexpected out-of-the-box actions that one can take. Ladies and gentlemen, I would very much like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to address this panel. Innovation and bold visionary investments are subjects that I hold close to my heart. I consider them as policy objectives that can carry a country and a society a long way down the rocky road of sustainable development. I will use only one word to demonstrate the validity of my statements, and that is leapfrogging. I will say it once again, it is leapfrogging. In other words, the legitimate, time-saving, and cost-effective way that an unnoticeable, seemingly lazy frog positions itself from the end of its pond to the forefront, while other members of the same species remain more or less stationary. Leapfrogging has a little bit to do with every aspect of our lives. It has to do with the moments that we study at school, the moments that we career in a corporation, the moments that we come into a personal race for whatever endeavor that may be. And then when that happens, you have two choices. The choice of following up the leader. And as you try to follow the leader, the benchmark, the golden standard, that leading position also moves ahead. And so you're always behind. Or try to find a niche, a particular segment of the market, the area, the segment, the society, the sector in which you address yourself, and see if you can go to the front of everybody else. So how does our frog accomplish this feat? By simply realizing that he doesn't deserve living a quiet but meaningless life at the back stages of a small pond, and consequently using his own abilities to change his circumstance. Some of his friends have already done it, so why can't he? The additional beauty to the improvement of our frog's position and destiny is that it took every other frog in the pond by surprise. No one expected such a development, because no one thought that the frog of our example was capable of pulling off such an act. And the icing on the cake is that the frog from its present position at the edge of this pond can see now a whole new world opening up to him. Gone by are the days when all he could see was his own limited surroundings and most of his friends' backs. Taking this paradigm to a larger scale, one can easily picture how this could apply to societies and to politics and to economics. And this is what we are trying to bring out in a country. We have realized that we are capable to improve our lot by effectively using our own strengths and organizing ourselves in a better way, by bringing together public and private sectors in the pursuit of common goals that have high economic and social added value, by using technology and innovation in such a way as to catapult the country at the lead of global trends and bring the fourth economic revolution closer, creating thus innovative ecosystems that could be catalysts for greater things to come. The Smart and Sustainable Astypalia project, the e-Astypalia as it is known lately, recently presented by the Prime Minister, is an example of such an ecosystem. It brought together actors from both the private and the public sector. It combines green energy, smart grids, and innovative schemes that affect many aspects of our everyday life. Apart from transforming the island itself, it will be the incubator for further possibilities and applications. The project will not only educate the island's population and arm its working force with new skills, it will also be the hotbed for new techniques and methods that could boost competitiveness. e-Astypalia could lead the way for its duplication on a larger scale and ultimately give country's production model another dimension. But above all, projects like the Smart and Sustainable Island of Astypalia are a testimony that the country has a vision. The country has a vision, the vision of the leapfrogging, that it believes in itself, that it is optimistic and courageous, and that others abroad share our renewed faith in our abilities by investing in us their time, their credibility, their resources, and their own vision. Such initiatives are a game changers, not only in economic and social terms. It ultimately changes the picture others have for our country and its people. And most important, it changes the idea that we have for ourselves. The journey thus far has been long and strenuous. There is much more distance to cover, but we have made it till here, and the results are very encouraging. After a prolonged economic crisis and the onslaught of the pandemic, Greece needs to follow our frog's example and leap forward. The leap must not only be long or high, it must have the quality to bring the country at the edge of the pond, at forefront of global discussions and developments, at the pole post for the race into the future. And when that happens, the country gains its credibility. It realizes its vision. It makes its dream come true, and it holds a position in the investment community of the world as one that believes in innovation, in technology, and in pioneering projects that deliver the ultimate result. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So thank you, Minister, for your powerful insights. Indeed, Greece has a vision, and it proves every day that it's an open nation and a credible partner for foreign investors. So thank you very much. And I'm now turning to Vice President Liliana Pavlova. So welcome, Madam Vice President. And I would like to ask you in the beginning, what's the role of the European Investment Bank in facilitating cooperation in the Western Balkans in response to COVID-19?
Thank you. Thank you very much, I hope you can hear me and see me well. Good afternoon to everyone. Excellency, Deputy Ministers, State Secretaries, Secretaries General, ladies and gentlemen, I should say colleagues and friends, most of all. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to participate in this forum, Balkans 2021, especially because, as you mentioned, it focuses on cooperation. And that, first of all, of course, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to meet, unfortunately, only virtually this year, and really to be able to contribute to this interesting discussion, because we need wisely set the priorities so that we set on a prompt yet smart and inclusive recovery path for all. Last year, we were able to see the importance of cooperation in case of massive healthcare crisis, leading to an unprecedented economic measures. I believe that EU should constitute an important layer of the post-crisis economic architecture to ensure better coordination among the market players, but also mobilizing sufficient resources, not only to show, but most importantly, to lead the new growth strategy. At the onset of COVID-19 break, the EU institutions promptly joined efforts, both for providing necessary financing support, but also in financing and funding a vaccine and medical solutions. As support was mobilized not only for EU member states, but also for our partners in the Western Balkan regions and also in other regions and areas outside of EU. And I think Team Europe initiative is an excellent example of this coordination and cooperation which is needed and important. This initiative, and with the special package of 3.3 billion euro for the Western Balkans, which was adopted, was a great sign of this strong cooperation. We at the EIB, we also committed to deliver 1.7 billion to help alleviate the most urgent negative consequences and prevent further economic fallout as much as possible. So last year, we provided significant support to local economies and our partners to accelerate the socioeconomic recovery. What we did was we immediately extended our eligibility criteria. We adopted flexibility measures for all our partners inside and outside EU in the Western Balkans specifically. On one side, for the member states, we have established and we have created special European Guarantee Fund that is already operational and is providing substantial support to European SMEs and private sector. On Western Balkans specifically, we increased our investment volume by 50%, almost 50% more of what we usually do, were really mobilized and deployed in comparison with previous years. Almost 900 million were really deployed in support of the region. We speed up disbursements of existing operations and projects, and also new funds were allocated with additional flexibilities and with some exceptional expanded measures to streamline these processes. For us, for the European Investment Bank, being one of the largest and longest standing investors in the Western Balkans region, I believe we were able to demonstrate our commitment to stand by our partners, by our local partners in times of large-scale crisis and a disaster period for all of us. So just in few words, to mention some important initiative overall for the region, including in Greece, of course. I'm really happy to say that we have signed an agreement with Greece, with the Greek government, for which we are really very, very happy and grateful to be able to support Greece in the implementation of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. So 5 billion of the plan will be managed with EIB, with our technical, financial, and environmental experts who will now identify high-impact projects, priority sectors, and effective financial structures in order to ensure the best use of this new instrument, and both combining loans and grants for Greece to mitigate the social and economic impact of the corona crisis. And in this, we will ensure that really recovery from all the challenges also drives climate action, digital transformation and digital opportunities, accelerating energy transition via public sector project, corporate investments and SME support, while providing additional advisory and technical and financial advisory support to our partners. And this was the first operation, which in fact for the implementation of recovery and resilience, Europe signed, compared to since we are still discussing with other countries, or more to come. We continue our discussions with other countries. For Romania followed, now with Bulgaria. So I think with Greece we really opened the opportunities. Also speaking on the region, on Western Balkans regions, we are also now, we dedicate our efforts to accelerate the recovery from the pandemic, to facilitate transition towards a greener economy, which is much needed for that region. That is why we strongly believe and we welcome the European Commission's economic investment plan, which was announced for the Western Balkans, with this 9 billion euro investments prioritized in the specific sectors like connectivity, green and digital transition, and in support of the creation of the common regional market. As we stated also during the summit, the Berlin Process Summit, which was held in Sofia end of last year, where all leaders from the region committed to roll out green and digital agenda for the region, and also to provide a blueprint for sustainable development and creation of the common market. We also expressed our strong and full support for the region and our readiness to support the rollout of all these different and important initiatives in the region through our existing facilities, and also for mobilizing and extending new and additional facilities in the region, and also to complement with financial instruments for the private sector too. These are all important steps which we would like to further enhance. And here I would like also to mention that we are also working with some initiatives under CEFTA agreement. Here I could mention the Energy Community Treaty, the Transport Community Treaty, that provide an important platform for cooperation for all parties, since today the key word is cooperation. So when it comes to Balkan region, we are glad really to support some important cross-border projects. I can give you just a few examples, like construction of cross-border infrastructure, motorway connections, cross-border bridges. One example is the one on River Sava, connecting Bosnia and Herzegovina with Croatia. Also, we just a few weeks ago signed our support for co-financing for gas interconnector between Serbia and Bulgaria, an important project that is going to increase and the diversification and really having more security and more reliable energy supply for the region. And also another type of support which we are specifically providing in the region is to support the public sector in delivering better public-private partnership in projects and initiatives. We launched a unique expertise network, the European PPP Expertise Center, back in 2008. So only last year, we through the network, through our advisory network, which was established, we supported 34 PPP transitions and projects which reached financial close for an aggregate of value of something like 8 billion euro. Forward-looking, the region will have to make a massive leap, frog leap maybe, in direction of digitalization, energy efficiency, green and digital transition, as to stay relevant on the market in post-COVID area. And here we, being the EU bank, the climate bank as well, we stand ready to support with our different products and projects, and also providing specific support to all our partners in the region in accelerating the funds available, in preparing strong pipeline of projects, and really to move forward all initiatives related to just transition and to regional integration, which are really important for the region. We have already started financing some of the projects, important connectivity projects in the region, rehabilitation of railway networks, construction of motorways, urban transport, inland waterway routes, and there are many other and many more to come. But only if we unite our efforts, if we work together, if we have good coordination and cooperation, we will be able to successfully reach all these important targets and implement successfully the projects we have in mind. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Ms. Vice President, for your very stimulating insight. So it's pretty clear that the European Investment Bank will be an indispensable part of the post-COVID-19 economic architecture, supporting states and governments in the Western Balkans and beyond to build their societies and economies better. But as you said, in order to build back better, we have to also build back greener in order to stay relevant in the market, as you said. So if I'm correct, the European Investment Bank aspires to act also as a climate bank. Could you please elaborate a bit more on this and how the EIB's action plan will enable just transition, especially in our region?
Indeed, as you said, as EU Climate Bank, we aim at really setting out a blueprint for sustainable development and green recovery, both in the region, the Western Balkans region, but of course globally too. In our current energy lending policy, we committed to accelerate financing in clean energy innovation, energy efficiency, and renewables. What was decided really to be one step ahead and to be even more ambitious. So our board, with the decision of our board, we decided to phase out financing fossil fuel energy projects as of end of this year. We will finish all projects which are under ongoing appraisal, but then we shall be phasing out. And instead, we will unlock €1 trillion for climate action, climate adaptation, environmental sustainable investments and in the projects in the region and in and outside of EU in order to support this the implementation of the overall European goals and objectives, part of the European Green Deal. And another important stepping stone for us was we have adopted our climate bank roadmap. It was launched at the end of last year, and this is our commitment really to align all our financing with the goals of Paris Agreement as of this year, to dedicate 50% of our overall lending, which is on annual basis 70 billion euro, to dedicate to green investments in the decade. And all these initiatives will bring benefits to the region by really our ability to invest and to increase our investments in support of energy transition of the Western Balkan regions and beyond. As you said, for speaking on just transition, it's here I would like to mention that we are not only in favor and in supporting the just transition, but we will play a key role in all three of the pillars of the just transition mechanism, which was established. Of course, this could be done and will be done in partnership with all member states, as well as with all our other partners. We have already started preparing and identifying specific pipeline of projects in Greece, in Bulgaria, and other countries in the region, as well as within the Team Europe initiative, within the economic investment plan, which I already mentioned. We will provide special tailor-made support for each of the countries in the region, in really supporting energy interconnections, integration of the region into the European energy market, supporting different environmental projects as well, and supporting economic development of the regions in transition. We are also participating in the initiative for coal transition in Western Balkans and Ukraine, the one which was launched in December last year, which aims at really targeted countries and the Western Balkan regions to provide specific support to move away from coal towards carbon neutral economy. And we will provide also our in-house experts and engineers and environmental specialists will provide technical assistance, as well as we will continue providing financing for transition projects in the region. Furthermore, I think the natural gas will also play a pivotal role in the decarbonization of heating for households, as they will be gradually replaced by renewable or any other low carbon sources. And these efforts are costly. So here the bank is ready to play its role and to support regional and the local authorities, as well as governments, in deploying specific measures and facilities for this. And last, a few words about hydrogen, because hydrogen is the future. And based on the also ambitious hydrogen strategy, which was announced last year by the European Commission, laying the path forward and really the development priorities for the next decade, we have quite extent already experience inside the bank. We've been financing over the last years many projects aiming at development and demonstration of hydrogen-related technologies, as well as scale up of deployment of these technologies in the transport sector, and also by supporting new hydrogen fleets and related infrastructure. So we have good expertise to offer in order to support the operations in Europe, and also specifically in the region of the Western Balkans. So I will stop here. I'm sorry if I was too long.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for your thorough presentation. And also thank you for highlighting the power of forward-looking policies and the importance of building resilient and green societies for promoting growth and integration in the Western Balkans and beyond. So let me turn to Ambassador Georgette Mosbacher. So, Ambassador, you have a long and distinguished career in building bridges among different sectors. You've been a diplomat, a captain of industry, a politician, a fundraiser. So, and now I suppose that you're building bridges across the 3 seas, right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's really an honor and privilege to address this prestigious forum, and particularly among distinguished friends and colleagues. I cannot think of a more critical or relevant project to today's discussion than one of which I've devoted myself while in Warsaw and continue to devote myself today, the 3 Seas Initiative. The 3 Seas Initiative is vital to the interest of us all, to the 12 Central Eastern European nations that comprise it, to Europe more broadly, and to America and the rest of the free world, particularly as we engage in great power competition with Russia and China. My singular message today is this: if we want greater peace and prosperity across the transatlantic, it is incumbent upon both the public and private sectors of our nations to commit meaningfully to the 3 Seas Initiative. If we do not, our adversaries will fill the vacuum and our peoples will suffer. 3 Seas Initiative has the potential to be the model for boosting the region's competitiveness through public-private partnerships, facilitating not just post-COVID economic recovery, but real prosperity. For example, when completed, the Via Carpathia, running from Greece to Lithuania, will serve as a concrete testament to this. As you well know, when the Berlin Wall fell, it revealed a deep infrastructure gap between the nations behind the Iron Curtain and those in front of it. Soviet rule left Central and Eastern European nations disconnected from one another and their Western neighbors, energy independent on Russia, and therefore vulnerable to influence and melt seasons, and economically disadvantaged. These issues persist, led by an infrastructure deficit that the IMF estimates totals several $1 trillion. It's reflected in basic issues like rail travel takes too long, energy alternatives are too few, internet speeds are too slow. Meanwhile, the project to unite Europe is unfinished. Russia and China loom. I'll have more to say about that in my concluding remarks. The 3 Seas Initiative provides an anecdote. Launched in 2015 by the presidents of Croatia and Poland, the 3 Seas Initiative aims to do the following: accelerate the development of cross-border energy, transport, and digital infrastructure in the region between the Baltic, Black, and Adriatic Seas. Catalyze greater economic growth. Reinforce Europe's energy security through the diversification of supplies. Strengthen Europe's economic resilience and deepen the region's economic integration within wider Europe. These items, of course, have deep implications for Russia and China. As U.S. Ambassador to Poland, I saw firsthand the criticality of this initiative and the promise it holds. I was really compelled to continue these efforts. That's why I jumped at the opportunity to co-chair the Atlantic Council's 3 Seas Initiative alongside General Jim Jones. General Jones helped inspire the 3 Seas Initiative with a seminal 2014 report on fulfilling the vision of a whole and free Europe. That report helped spur 3C Initiative summits, which in turn established the 3C's Initiative Network of Chambers of Commerce and the 3C's Business Forum that led to the development of 77 interconnection project plans across the energy, transportation, and digital sectors, and laid the groundwork for a public-private investment fund to underwrite them. Now we've reached the point of transition from talk to action. In 2020, Poland and Romania launched the 3C's Investment Fund with an initial commitment of $600 million, a commercial fund targeting critical infrastructure investment in the region from both public and private sources. They were joined by 7 of the 10 remaining 3C's Initiative member nations. All told, there have been well over $1 billion in capital contributions to the fund, out of a target, of course, of $4 to $6 billion. The funds are managed by a private investment advisor, ensuring a level of independence in the funding and the managing of projects. As some have noted, unlike projects offered by China, these ones will be undertaken based on commercial viability, on market terms, and rooted in transparency and independence. And investors should see a return. As Professor Chris Miller noted recently in Foreign Policy, I quote him, "If done right, infrastructure investment could boost long-run economic growth and make the region's societies wealthier. The IMF estimates $1 of such spending in Central Europe would produce at least 1.7 times as much wealth in the long run as better transportation and connectivity spur new business activity," unquote. In fact, the IMF noted that the increase in output per euro spent on infrastructure in the long run could range all the way to 2.7 times. It forecasts that if the efficiency of public investment in Central Europe and Southern Europe were to rise to the levels of the EU 15 and coordinated investment were to improve connectivity, the output dividend would almost double in the long term. Now, this is truly staggering. Furthermore, in a recent fiscal monitor, the IMF demonstrated that in advanced and emerging economies alike, public investments in infrastructure could lead to a particularly major boost during a recession of up to 4 times higher physical multiplier than those during normal times. And that's pretty relevant in context to a pandemic. Private funding should only help more. In summary, infrastructure investment should supercharge short and long-term economic growth while creating jobs in the immediate term and return for investors. More broadly, it should help the 3C's Initiative nations facilitate more trade, continue their trend towards economic liberalization, and ultimately attract more foreign capital. All of this should yield stronger markets for each of our nations to sell goods and services to, providing a direct additional dividend. It's worth noting that the economic metric analysis are not the only indicator that these projects will provide bang for the buck. Similar efforts by US government to invest in Eastern and Central Europe businesses during the 1990s, alongside private sector capital, which is so critical to emphasize here, generated substantial returns. That we see analogous public-private infrastructure ventures emerging now, like in Indonesia, where several pension and sovereign wealth funds recently committed several $1 billion in funding alongside Jakarta's sovereign wealth vehicle to partially privatize the nation's toll roads, indicates the viability the market sees in this model. Given current momentum, the buy-in of the vast majority of 3C's Initiative member states in the US, the forecast and historical success of these projects, and the underlying bevy of geopolitical benefits to them, Especially in a time of economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic, our nations and our financial institutions should strongly consider further investing in these efforts. We can take the challenges of today, opportunities of today, and convert them into the economic, political, and strategic successes of tomorrow. And with that, I'm happy to move to question and answer, or I'll circle back to more geopolitical implications of the 3 Cs in my closing remarks. Thank you.
So thank you, Ambassador Mosbacher, for your presentation of, the 3 Cs initiative. So you said that the initiative can help jumpstart Europe's and Western Balkans post-COVID-19 recovery and green economy transformation. And you also said, which is, I do believe, very important, that Europe is experiencing some kind of intrusion by third countries, something you know very well, better than all of us, as of your position as a former ambassador of the United States in Poland. So I would like to ask you, how can the 3 Cs initiative help solidify Europe and the Western world at large against these perceived threats?
Well, obviously, the strengthening of the economies, the interconnectivity. The 3 Cs area covers 1/3 of Europe, encompassing 111 million people, generating 1.7 trillion of annual GDP, and with immense geoeconomic power and untapped potential. And that's the key here. It's the untapped potential. Also, I think it's worth noting that the 3 Cs area has been growing significantly faster than the European Union, expanding at an average rate of 3.5% from 2015 to 2019 versus 2.1% for the EU. Now, with that kind of growth, the 3 Cs, Central and Eastern Europe, should attract private capital. And that private capital can bring the 3 Cs, Central Eastern Europe, up to Western standards in terms of digital, energy, and transportation. And in order for the countries to be more resilient and to show strength against its adversaries, a strong economy is always the greatest deterrent to your enemies. I would say that if the 3 Cs initiative fund, all the countries invest in that, and then that attracts private sector capital, we can move very quickly to see Central Eastern Europe infrastructure meet those demands, as well as be a real deterrent to adversaries.
So thank you very much, Ambassador. So I am told that time's a bit pressing, so I'm moving right now to Dr. Barbara Kohm, the Vice President of the Central Bank of Austria. So, Dr. Kohm, what are those structural reforms that Balkan countries should proceed to so as to boost their competitiveness and growth in the post-COVID world?
Well, thank you, first of all, for the question, Basil. I would like to address Your Excellencies, James Vice President, ministers, and distinguished colleagues. It's a true pleasure here to be with you on this high-level digital summit that was coordinated by the Greek House of Davos and by Thessaloniki Regional Forum. Irene Vantraki and Konstantinos Fatopoulos did a great job in pulling us all together and discussing these issues that are of true relevance. And as the minister, as Kostas Bakoyannis mentioned already, and I'm really glad he mentioned leapfrogging. I think this is what it is, what innovative ecosystems are about. We can only divide, as an Austrian economist, I believe in the division of labor, and the cooperation, the coordination is exactly what we need to do, and allow those who can do certain things, let them do it and coordinate it and go and work together. And by that, we will definitely grow and create wealth for the region. Having said that, I would also like to address that FDI, foreign direct investment, is only possible if the labor and business location is competitive and attractive with other, in contrast to other regions that they might compete with. And I'm glad that both the Vice President of the European Investment Bank pointed out what the investment bank can do and has done so far, not only with the European initiatives, but I would also like to address the SDGs, the UN SDGs that we always should keep in mind and look at those things that are measurable and calculable. And that what Ambassador Mosbacher just mentioned with regards to the geopolitical issues. After all, we must not forget that it's one Europe that is competing with other regions of the world. And by that, we have to pull our strengths together. And the idea of regional cooperation has a long tradition in the Western Balkans. Already back in 2000 and 2003 at the EU Western Balkan Summit in Zagreb and Thessaloniki, the Western Balkan countries gave their commitments to closer regional cooperation and to establish political stability, security, and economic prosperity in the region. And an important regional economic cooperation initiative is the Central European Free Trade Agreement, the CEFTA. We must not forget about that. And all Western Balkan countries joined this initiative in 2007. And the agreement is considered as actually as a central and regional economic cooperation. Initiative to enhance regional cooperation in the Western Balkans countries are, besides the CEFTA, to promote interregional trade. There are many bilateral investment treaties among the Western Balkan countries in place to enhance inter-regional FDI flows. And we should also have a look at the share of FDI stocks from other Western Balkan countries that are actually very small, even though there are with large deficits between individual countries. The share is the largest in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's about 15% of the FDI stock originates from the Western Balkan countries and is lowest in Serbia, and there it is below 2%. And regarding merchandise trade, the EU is an important export destination, in particular to Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia as well, and to a lesser extent in Serbia. But the importance of other Western Balkan countries as an export destination is highest in Kosovo, for example. And it's interesting to know that almost 50% of their exports go to other Western Balkan countries, mainly to Albania. So for North Macedonia, other Western Balkan countries play the smallest role regarding exports. If we look at those numbers, we also learn or need to understand that infrastructure is a very important tool, or actually a prerequisite to foster cooperation among the Western Balkan countries. And it was already mentioned both by the minister, but also especially by Vice President Pavlova, that there we need to do a lot. And here the EU is an important player in co-financing large-scale infrastructure projects to increase connectivity among those Western Balkan countries. And under the heading Western Balkan Investment Framework, which was already mentioned before, other international financial institutions such as EBRD or the World Bank are also involved in supporting prioritized projects with grants, favorable loans or technical assistance. Projects include the construction of roads, railways, and energy sector. One of the projects was already mentioned, the freeway from Montenegro through to Serbia, financed by China, and many others. So those projects are not only roads, railways, energy sector, but very importantly, it's the improvement of the digital infrastructure. And this was actually started as key projects from 2017 onwards. But actually from 2008 already, the Western Balkans Initiative, financial initiative, has become the largest investor in the regions. And there we need to look what trans-European transport networks have already been built, and also the trans-European networks for energy. Where do they stand these days? And having followed the crisis, this recent COVID crisis, I think these both networks, both the transport networks, but also the energy networks, are very important to continue to build and support. And there is a study by the Bertelsmann Stiftung published in 2020 that I would like to address, and which says that despite all the achievements, there are still large deficits regarding the state of the infrastructure in the Western Balkan countries that hamper the connectivity and also the convergence with the EU. And here one could also mention the low density of the highway and railway networks that was addressed, and the low quality of public transport. And trust me, I know what Bertelsmann study is referring to. We were first working with the Austrian Economic Center at the Western Balkans with the roadshow, starting covering the entire area and touring with speakers, and through those regions was pretty difficult, and this has not changed. We started in 2008, and it hasn't changed until now, not to the extent that it should have. So I think this is a huge point where we need to put our focus on. However, in October 2020, the European Commission adopted an economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans, and I think it was already mentioned, it's worth 9 billion euros, and to invest this in the period between 2021 and 2027. And this is a huge amount, and if it's spent well, and I trust it will be, because after all, there will be good guidance and good controlling, I think this will boost the region as well. But Ambassador Mosbacher has mentioned other investors that have played an important role in Central and Eastern Europe, but there is also there is China there with the Belt and Road Initiative, and where we should look into. And I'm totally neutral on who invests, but I would also like to address the issues, whether it's a debt trap for the respective country, whether it's a lack of transparency on the contracts, whether it's a risk for those countries, the small countries especially, and if social and environmental standards are neglected, and whether we should allow certain countries dominance in this in this region, and we should actually look where can value be added to the local companies and to the local entrepreneurs, and especially by that for the local population. And this is a question that we really need to address when we look at financial resources that come from Far East. I would put it this way. So another point that allow me to address before I close is the public-private partnerships. There are huge infrastructure needs in the countries, as I mentioned already, and where can we address them? Where can we put those? So the collaboration between the public authority and the private sector are important to support those infrastructure investments, and especially against the background of scarce public financing. PPP's activities are the strongest in Albania. And according to the IMF study from 2019, or actually the data from 2019, more than 200 PPP projects are in place. And interestingly, that equals more than 30% of GDP, and more of them are planned. So according to the IMF, the PPPs are also associated with fiscal risks, and particularly due to the contingent liabilities. So turning to private FDIs, some of the Western Balkan countries have a very high FDI penetration rate, which is a stock of FDI in percentage of GDP. Montenegro and Serbia feature the highest FDI penetration rate. In Montenegro, it's over 119%. In Serbia, it's 91%. And this is followed by Albania and Kosovo, which are around 60%. The FDI penetration rate in Montenegro and Serbia is higher than in all other CE, Central and Eastern European, Southeastern countries in Europe, except for Estonia, which has the highest across Europe. So looking at FDI stock is not enough. One needs to analyze the structure of FDI as well. And in this regard, North Macedonia and Serbia have managed to become part of the European global value chains of the automotive sector. And this is not surprisingly the largest share of FDI stock originates from the EU in most of the Western Balkan countries. In Serbia, however, the share is the highest with almost 70%. Kosovo and Montenegro have the lowest share of EU FDI stock, around 35%. And noteworthy, the share of FDI stock originating from China is below 3% in all Western Balkan countries. So there is a recent study done by the WIIW in 2021. German investors were asked, which of those factors do you think are the strong sides of the Western Balkans? So where are the pull factors for foreign direct investment? And the study says that the investors consider low wages, the availability of skilled labor, and their geographical location as most important. And when they were asked what is the weak factors in this area, the German investors consider instability, poor governance, non-functional institutions, poor infrastructure, as well as the small size and weak prospects of the market as the main obstacles for investing in the Western Balkans. However, 60% of all respondents answered that the COVID-19 crisis has not affected plans for investing in the Western Balkans. So what lessons have been learned from the COVID pandemic? What is more important for the Western Balkans is that digitalization is most important. And this has already been mentioned by my previous speakers, but I think we cannot emphasize this enough, that digitalization and catching up with the other EU countries in terms of ICT is a key to be competitive and to be more prosperous, especially. In Western Balkan countries should invest strongly in education to create more skilled labor and more technology-oriented labor force. And in this regard, the countries should tackle the phenomena of brain drain, which is a growing concern across the entire region. I remember especially already 10 years ago, the issue was arisen with regards to Bulgaria and Romania, where all the young, well-educated students left for Germany, France, and other parts of Europe where they sought their.
I'm sorry, but I am told by the technicians that we've run out of time.
My last sentence is that actually we should divide labor, cooperate, coordinate, and that we should allow those countries and the regions to compete also with each other to be more prosperous.
So thank you very much, Madam Vice President. So I'm very much tempted to ask something about digital convergence in the Balkans, but since we have other speakers talking about the same topic too, I will ask you something about fiscal expansion. Do you think that fiscal expansion, as brought about by the ramification of the health crisis, of the COVID-19 health crisis, will be a challenge for Balkan economies once the pandemic is over? And if so, how should we deal with it? I mean, of course, it was necessary to save jobs and incomes, but what comes next regarding this?
As already mentioned by Kostas Bakoyannis, that one needs reforms. And if those reforms are done at the right time, in the right moment, and one could definitely create new poster childs, as was created with Greece in the past months, where you slowly step back with all the fiscal expansion from the previous crisis, namely the 2008 to 2012 financial crisis, and where you did your homework. So I think it's the most important thing is doing the homework, being frugal, and most importantly, coordinate efforts with the institution, with the European institutions and the ECB, and I think this will help and slowly pull the plug and go back to normal again.
Well, thank you very much, Barbara. So, because time is a bit pressing, let's move quickly to Ambassador Antonio Takis, our next speaker. So, Mr. Takis. Hi. So, what are the fundamental foundations upon which Western Balkan states should build their political and economic life in the post-pandemic world? We've discussed, and I know well that you're very much concerned with this topic.
Are you okay now? Can you listen to me?
Yeah, we can actually. We'll listen to you crystal clear, Ambassador. Thank you.
Okay. As I was saying, the Balkans is a region with turbulent history, full of conflicts and divergences. That's why our top priority should be the promotion of reconciliation and preservation of peace, democracy, good governance, and stability, which are the fundamental foundations in which each state should build upon its political and economic life, and on which regional collaboration should stand. Enhancing good governance, political stability, and sound dialogue between institutions within each country is indispensable for building a shared future for the region as a whole. The creation of a stable political climate and the forging of close bilateral and wider regional synergies are fundamental prerequisites for fostering the necessary economic cooperation that will allow Balkan states to build back better and greener in the post-pandemic world. Indeed, the Balkan region is currently plagued by economic fragmentation and lack of cross-national coordination. As a brief example, before pandemic, trucks spent 28 million hours waiting for borders every year, a burden that cost 1% of the region's GDP. This single paradigm is indicative of the necessity to agree upon ways of removing obstacles and cut times and costs needed for our products and services to move freely across the region. In this respect, the Common Regional Market Action Plan is a significant way forward. The disruption in supply chains and significant fiscal expansion brought about by COVID-19 will make economic integration in our region an even bigger imperative, as countries, and especially smaller ones, will be trying to adapt to new financial realities. Experience is clear. Deeper economic integration means faster economic growth. Besides, it is likely to facilitate access to a larger consumer base, a great pool of skilled labor, additional tools of financing, and also facilitate the flourishing of innovation and digital technologies. A larger market can break silos and help limit the share of political connections-based industries that dominate some Balkan countries, to the benefit of entrepreneurship and firms acting upon a modern, globalized way of doing business. To make the long story short, economic integration can create an environment where existing firms will have the opportunity to grow, and new firms will have the opportunity to emerge. And that's especially important if we want to achieve greater convergence regarding income and productivity levels among small economies in the Balkans and similar size, but more open and transparent European ones. Now, the messages are indeed hopeful. I'm not negative. The joint decision of leaders of the Western Balkans 6 to enhance economic cooperation in the region by developing common regional market based on EU rules and standards is a great step forward, which will definitely boost the competitiveness of the region and will bring its countries closer to the EU markets. And let's not forget that with a population of about 18 million people, the Balkans is an important market for the EU and transit for European and international.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. And I would like now to ask you, which do you think that are the basic policies to implement to ask for the region to overcome economic fragmentation and become a more attractive investment destination?
Okay. In order for inclusive regional economic cooperation to come to fruition, in order for our region to become a substantially competitive one, open and attractive investment destination, there are some basic policies that have to be put forward. First of all, a bold reform agenda of sound macroeconomic policies to tackle with fiscal expansion brought about by COVID-19. Of course, this expansion was necessary to support jobs and income during the pandemic. However, it should gradually cease so as to avoid further increase of public debt with all its consequences. Secondly, a structural reform agenda aiming at building a friendly and enabling business environment, facilitating FDI flows. This means to remove barriers to entrepreneurship, enhance the effectiveness of public administration procedures, develop human capital, and reskill our workers to adapt to new labor landscape demands, improve connectivity in the region, and design a concrete strategy dealing with climate change and helping our economies to build back greener. Additionally, trigger regional collaboration initiatives which aim to reduce trade costs. This is very important. Increasing transparency of barriers and regulations, increase market access for goods and services, and build stable and friendly tax systems that can make the Balkans a more desirable trading partner to the EU and the rest of the world. Also, building a cohesive competition policy and promote convergence in antitrust law and enforcement, as well as better regulation of services market in accordance with EU norms and directives. Additionally, building a more transparent and effective state mechanism. That means to enhance transparency and accountability in the execution of public policy. And finally, cross-national coordination to improve the efficiency and readiness of justice systems, improve court performance, enhance velocity of operations, and reduce barriers to information for foreign firms, and develop a common approach to justice system performance. Now, it took 25 years for Greece and North Macedonia to reach an agreement on the well-known name dispute. This should not be dismissed as something minor. Indeed, it was a very major development, proving that the Balkans do not create only bad news. We prove that when circumstances require so, we can act together and move forward. That should be done with the rest of the cases seeking reconciliation. That's the way we should think in order to efficiently promote further economic integration. Integration is not an imposition. It is a matter of choice. A choice that will make more economies more robust, more resilient societies, more transparent states, to the benefit of each state and the benefit of us all. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ambassador, for what was an indeed targeted and thoughtful analysis. So I'm very quickly moving to Secretary Tsvetanovic for his opening remarks. So, Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon, all. I want to greet you on behalf of Ms. Tatiana Matic, Minister of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications of Republic of Serbia, of course, and thank you for inviting me. Well, cross-border cooperation is an important part of all segments of the society, of course, and at this particular moment, we can say that it is most important in the field of digitalization. And in terms of that, for Western Balkans region, it is vital to continue the process of digitalization, which we also as a crucial in terms of overcoming COVID-19 restrictions that we were facing for the past year and a half. In order for a society to progress through the process of digitalization, it is necessary to build trust and raise the levels of know-how and create safe surroundings that have a stimulating influence on citizens in particular. That means that it is important for all society members to recognize the benefits of digitalization and services that are provided electronically. Having said so, it is also important to extend and widen digitalization initiatives outside of national borders and improve cooperation in the Western Balkans in the field of digitalization. A great example of such cooperation we can see in the process of mutual recognition of vaccination certificates, which enable more easier travel of people. We strongly believe that Republic of Serbia has shown a very high level of understanding the importance of the digitalization process, which includes testing and vaccination processes. And due to our government proactive attitude, we managed to establish the whole testing and the vaccination process electronically. And thanks to that, we have a high level of trust in the issued certificates. As a result, our certificates are more and more recognized, not only by the countries in the region, but European countries as well, which shows how important is to speed up digitalization of all processes and be more competitive. However, digitalization process demands establishment of a system which includes a strong link between all stakeholders, not only public, but private sector as well. And there are some limits in terms of capacities on public sector side. And therefore, it is important to build relations between public and private sector in order to achieve necessary goals through synergy of strategic visions set by public sector and expertise that is usually present on the side of private sector. Through such a process, we can build trust, knowledge, and security, which are crucial when it comes to the digitalization process. And just as Ms. Barbara and other speakers have just pointed out the importance of infrastructural projects for the recovery process, I will mention one great example of private-public partnership and bold investment in digital segment in Serbia. It is a project of great importance for us, of course, and it is dealing with building broadband infrastructure in rural parts of our country. As far as I know, it is one of the largest investments in the rural broadband in the region. The part of the project related to building mid-mile segment will be funded by EBRD, while the VBIF grant and additional budget funds were used for the design. The last mile segment will be built by the operators, and the first phase covers approximately 600 settlements with approximately 90,000 surrounding households, while the second phase is supposed to cover another 900 settlements with approximately 135,000 households. The whole project is estimated around more than 120 million euros. And even though we started that project in 2019, during the pandemic, we all become aware of the fact how important it is to have digitally connected all parts of the country. We see it as one of a few major pillars for sustainable and competitive economy, and that will be more resilient to various challenges that we might expect in the future, not only pandemic, but all the others.
Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm afraid I have to, because we have to limit our time slot so as to proceed. So thank you very much. So let me now go to our last speaker, the Secretary General for Digital Governance of Greece, Mr. Leonidas Christopoulos. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello, everybody.
Hi. So Greece's digital progress has been made by leaps and bounds. We all know that. So how did this happen, Mr. Secretary? And is Greece ready to export this achievement throughout the Balkans too?
Well, I'll try and be very brief because I know that time is of essence here and we're running out of time. So what I would answer to that, Vasilis, is that, well, in the post-pandemic world, it's obvious that states will be asked to deal efficiently with major challenges brought about by the socioeconomic ramifications of the pandemic of COVID-19. So the structural transformation driven by digitization, climate change, demographic transition, and migration is a thing that has been happening. It has been ongoing before COVID-19 and the multifactorial variations the virus brought about. Now, in the era ahead of us, governments and international organizations will have to reach one primary goal: to build resilient economies and societies and design and implement policies which will allow decision makers to build a capacity to act without being exclusively based on roadmaps. Now, the process of building an innovative and competitive and resilient economy and society requires us to move forward with a rapid digitalization and with the integration of new technologies. At every single level, digitalization of the state, of public services, of industries, of social processes, and of course, we need to have the humans in the center. Now, in Greece, we had a clear plan based on the Prime Minister's priority, of course, to rebuild the institutions and the state, since that is fundamental for all other positive interventions and reforms. It's true that Greece used to lag behind when it comes to digital transition, and I think that this is not the case anymore. Since July 2019, Greece has been pushing forward a bold digital endeavor, which has already brought tangible results. We designed and implemented a bold digital strategy for the state and the provision of public services, which allowed people to have at their disposal a large number of digital public services and get any administrative product necessary for their everyday transactions at real time. Greece completed the 5G frequency licenses competitions and now ranked second among all European Union member states in bandwidth concession with fifth generation telecommunication network licenses. Greece, of course, left the 301 list of the US 301 list for piracy in software. It started designing an institutional framework that integrated directives, European directives like the Open Data directives, and gave the Cloud First Policy Initiative an institutional framework, and of course created the new fund Festos, thus signaling to investors that we have changed and we have entered a new era for FDI in the digital area. And of course, digitalization gained momentum once it facilitated the logistics vaccination process in the country. For the first time, it was the state that was offering an easy way to the citizens to do their vaccination without barriers or obstacles. Rebuilding thus public administration and digitizing public services reversed a decade-old trend and revitalized trust, as the OECD data have shown us currently, towards the state, towards the political system, and towards democratic leadership. And because people understood that for the first time, the state behaved as a disruptor, it left behind your typical administrative patterns and dealt with a major crisis efficiently and upon a well-designed plan. However, I think that digitalization is an indispensable part of regional integration too. It can provide firms with access to new markets, to new financial tools. It can give them the opportunity to become more competitive and sustain their success. It can create knowledge-based societies for the whole region. And creating transnational synergies based on digitization and innovation can contribute to our leaving behind divergences and conflicts which dominated our part. Hence, it's a means of a well-desired reconciliation. Collaborations on the digital sector can provide a stable framework for regional cooperation, ensuring long-term and peaceful relationships in the Balkans. Basing regional cooperation on digital transition is essentially about enhancing human capital development. It's about stopping brain drain to northern countries and enabling brain circulation in our neighborhood. And of course, it's a joint endeavor to offer new opportunities for our youth. Digital-oriented innovation is about moving our societies forward domestically, and it's about uniting our countries and paving the way for a shared future. That was my very short intervention, as short as it could be. Thank you very much, and for having me in the panel.
Short but powerful. Thank you very much, Leo. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for this remark. So since we have to close, let me once again thank you all for being with us today, and also thank the organizers, two visionary people, Konstantinos and Irene, and personally thank Irene for what they have done today. So thank you very much, and we very much look forward to the next panel.
Thank you.
Hello all, dear friends, distinguished speakers and guests. Thank you very, very much for being here today. I would like to thank you also the organizers, Thessaloniki Regional Forum and Greek House Davos, for initiating this promising dialogue on the future of the Balkans, on the Euro-Atlantic integration of our region. As our discussion today takes place only a few days before the European Union-United States summit in Brussels, we have a great opportunity to hear from the key actor from Europe and the US, which are the next steps in the Euro-Atlantic integration of the Balkans. Is there a new dawn in the Euro-Atlantic relations and in their cooperation in the region? Which are the common challenges and how can we promote effective cooperation? Today, the Western Balkans 6th summit took place this morning at Tirana, and we heard the interventions of the key protagonists, Prime Minister Rama and Prime Minister Kuti of Kosovo. At the last EU Foreign Affairs Council, EU foreign ministers agreed to increase their efforts to bring the region closer to the European Union. Which are the concerns of the Western Balkan leaders, and how can the United States and the European Union work together to protect the region from destabilizing forces? There are some of the questions that we will have the opportunity to discuss today. Our first speaker, Nicola Dimitrov, Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration, North Macedonia. The Deputy Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Nicola Dimitrov, is accompanying Prime Minister Zaev in the Western Balkan Leaders Summit in Tirana. Mr. Dimitrov was going to connect with us from Tirana, but unfortunately, there was a change in the schedule and has to travel at the moment. I hope if it will be possible to connect at a later stage. In between, we will start the roundtable with our first keynote speaker, the Foreign Minister of Montenegro, George Radulovic. Mr. Radulovic, we're very happy to have you with us today. And we're very happy to see in our region young and prominent political leaders, diplomats and policymakers to hold such important position in their countries. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam, for these flattering words. You caught me off the guard, frankly speaking.
Yes, so, but I would like to introduce all of our guests today. Matthew Palmer, hello. Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs, U.S. Department of State. Hi, we are very happy to have you with us today.
Thanks very much for inviting me today. I'm really looking forward to this.
Vasila Chetneva is the right name, Deputy Director, European Council on Foreign Relations, USFR, Head of ESFR, Sofia. Hello.
Thanks very much for inviting me today. I'm really looking forward to this.
Ioannis Mirlis, hello. Secretary General for International and Economic Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Hellenic Republic, USFR, Head.
Thank you very much for the
Hello.
Is
it only with me, but there is a problem with the sound? I hear you double.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We have to fix this. Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Hellenic Republic, I think that we have a little problem, a technical problem, but we have to fix it. Thank you for being with us today. Mrs. Chetneva, do you hear us now? I think that we have a little problem, a technical problem, okay. But we have to fix it. Thank you for being with us today. Okay, I have to introduce more guests now. Odetta Barbulissi, hello, advisor to the Prime Minister and National Coordinator for Regional Economic Area, Albania. Hello, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Ambassador Milica Istovic-Kristic, hello. Ambassador of Bosnia and Herzegovina to Greece.
Hello, hello everybody.
And of course, Ambassador Alexandros Malias, Ambassador of Greece to Washington, Skopje, Tirana. Hello, thank you for being with us today.
Hello, thank you very much. Just a simple former.
Okay.
I mean, it's a word to underline, former. Thank you.
Okay, Ambassador, thank you so much. We have to... Hello again. You have been recently to many European countries, including Athens. Please, we would like to hear about your experience to Montenegro's path in the EU and the challenges to Euro-Atlantic cooperation to our region.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. It's a great pleasure that we have gathered today under the Thessaloniki Forum, where the true milestone of the EU-Western Balkan relations was set, offering the concrete way forward on our European path. This path was never easy, not for anyone. It comes with a great award, but still with great challenges. On our part, the candidate countries, I believe a lot has been done since this date. On the other hand, this has been a challenging period for the EU as well. We understand that the EU has been encountering numerous challenges and trying to reconcile many opposite ideas in past years, but likewise, we are certain that the promise given here in 2003 will be realized and that the enlargement as one of the most successful policies of the EU will recognize and verify all the efforts as we achieve them along the way. Montenegro strongly believes that the only way ahead for the region is the path of European and NATO integration. We are all aware there are many obstacles along the road, but the region must remain on the course as there is no other alternative. We must continue with domestic reforms. It is also crucial that the EU and NATO maintain their focus on the region. Likewise, it couldn't be emphasized enough that this year we mark the 4th anniversary of our NATO membership. This government remains loyal and credible ally, looking forward to participating in the NATO summit led by the new Prime Minister. It goes without saying that the Adriatic Charter is an important element of regional security. Likewise, we would like to join 3C's initiative as an important mechanism of regional and economic cooperation. Still, I would like to put light on a couple of worrying facts when it comes to our European perspective, deserving particular heed of member states, decision makers, and candidate countries alike. Fact number 1. Since the Thessaloniki summit, where the EU perspective of Western Balkan countries was confirmed, only 1 out of 7 Western Balkan countries has been admitted to the EU. This summit was held 20 years ago almost. Fact number 2. The longest accession process in the EU history lasted for 6 years, and it was pertaining to Croatia. Montenegro has been negotiating for 9 years now, with only 3 provisional closed chapters. Fact number 3. Very interesting fact. Despite lingering negotiation process, negative narrative and discourse among citizens of Montenegro towards EU have been avoided. This has never happened, reaching membership support of almost 80%. Just to be candid again, for the sake of the facts, this fairly exceeds supports in many member states. Fact number 4. We are aware that European values are not measured by amount of euros, but by quality of life. Although the quality of life was improved, it is fair to say that economy-wise, Montenegro recorded a staggering 7 billion euros trade deficit with EU countries since we started our negotiation process. So if you look at the figures, this is just another reason that goes in favor of our swifter admission, because we are part of one common market. Another interesting fact is that member states, fact number 5 actually, member states and policymakers have to think thoroughly, trying to forebode what kind of union they want to conceive. Bewildering, but still true, on 1st of January, the EU had the same number of member states as nowadays. Even more puzzling, it had almost 500 million inhabitants, which is almost 50 million more than today. Coming back to my country, Montenegro, with 600,000 inhabitants, again, just for the sake of the facts, less than Thessaloniki, is working hard to be admitted. It has to be mentioned that since day 1, we have been sharing destiny with our EU friends, aligning completely with common foreign security policy. 100%. Some decisions were not neither easy nor simple, severely battering our economy. For the sake of the facts, it's much easier to deal with the effects of restrictive measures imposed on third countries when you have union's mechanism to mitigate those effects. We've been out of the club, still sharing with the EU good and bad times, facing all together. And it's going to remain like that, because European values are not measured by cash flow, but by standing shoulder to shoulder, in the best of the times, in the worst of the times. Still, at 80% of our support. We know that we have to deliver, but EU has to deliver as well, standing by its own commitments. And here in Thessaloniki, those commitments were forged. The new Montenegrin government is investing a huge effort in tackling inherited challenges in chapters 23 and 24, like corruption, organized crime, media freedom, and other inherited facts known as captured state in the EU reports. But after changes happened on 30th of August, this government would like to restore full-fledged democracy to the country. Results are already obvious. Regional cooperation will always be our top priority, being a reliable partner and neighbor to all of our neighbors. We are working diligently on economic recovery of our country as well. The new government has a lot of work to do while facing numerous challenges. In that part, we are relying on the support of allies and partners, primarily on support of the US and the EU. To conclude, let me reiterate once again that Montenegro is, as ever, ready to constructively contribute to our joint efforts in facing common challenges, at the same time achieving our common European and NATO goals. Thank you all for the attention and wish you a very successful forum.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Radulovic. I'm moving to our next speaker, Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer, thank you so much. We're very, very happy to see you today. You are a veteran in Balkan politics.
Oh, I'm afraid that's true.
Yes, you are. You are. You're considered as a veteran in Balkan politics. Everybody knows this. Thank you so much. You are of the US State Department that you visited all of the capitals of the region. You're also a few days in the region. You had separate and joint meetings with the EU representative Lajczak. Please tell us, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me today, and thanks to the organizers at the Thessaloniki Regional Forum and Greek House Davos for hosting this. You have an outstanding lineup of speakers today, and I'm honored to be included among them. The consistent US vision for the Western Balkans has been and will remain centered on a region that is at peace with itself, at peace with its neighbors, a region that is stable, prosperous, and integrated into the European and Euro-Atlantic framework. What gives me hope is that this isn't just the vision that the United States has for the Western Balkans, but it's the vision that the countries of the Western Balkans have for themselves and for their own futures, and it's consistent with the vision of our European partners. The common vision is our collective strength, and it should serve as a guide as we redouble our efforts to bring the Western Balkans closer to the European Union. For our part, we remain committed to supporting the EU future for all 6 Western Balkan aspirants, to helping these countries deepen their own economic partnerships with each other as well. I hope that we underlined this point last week in a joint trip that I made with Miroslav Lajčák to Belgrade and Pristina, standing shoulder to shoulder as a demonstration of transatlantic solidarity and US support for the EU facilitated dialogue process, which is fundamental to the EU aspirations for Serbia and Kosovo and for regional peace and security. Our close coordination in the EU facilitated Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, our joint efforts to support Bosnia and Herzegovina pursuing reforms, the reforms necessary to achieve EU candidate status, and our continued cooperation with Serbia and Montenegro as they implement the reforms that the EU membership process requires are also emblematic of our collective efforts. The reaction from our President and Secretary of State, as well as the EU High Representative to the final judgment in the case of Ratko Mladic, reflect not just the shared US-EU resolve to prevent further atrocities from occurring anywhere in the world, but also our shared belief that justice and reconciliation are the foundation for our longstanding goal of completing the integration of the Western Balkans into a Europe that is whole, free, and at peace. Similarly, just this week, President Biden signed an updated executive order reinforcing the sanctions regime in the Western Balkans and targeting the real threats, the modern threats to peace, stability, and prosperity in the region, including in particular corruption and efforts to undermine the rule of law. We remain very concerned that the enlargement process has stalled. In particular, we think it is very important for the European Union to hold the first intergovernmental conferences and open the accession negotiations with both North Macedonia and Albania under the Portuguese presidency. It's equally important in our view that the European Union deliver on its commitments, such as visa liberalization for Kosovo. These are overdue steps in countering the narrative that the EU has left the region behind, or that Kosovo in particular has no place in the European family. Standing by commitments that we all collectively have made to the countries of the region is critical. As German Foreign Minister Maas recently said again at the Berlin process meeting on June 8th, it's critical to our collective ability to achieve shared US-EU goals in the region, including normalizing the relationship between Serbia and Kosovo through the dialogue, and constitutional and EU-related reforms in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Finally, and given today's event, I would like to end by highlighting Greece's role as a key ally and a crucial partner in the Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean more broadly, bolstering the region's security and prosperity. This is particularly true in the energy sector, but I would argue it's true in other areas as well. We greatly applaud Greece's strong support for the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of North Macedonia and Albania and recent efforts to broaden and deepen ties with Kosovo. Much of the progress that we've seen recently and in terms of a bigger role for Greece in the Western Balkans was unlocked by the historic Prespas Agreement. This has really created tremendous opportunities for Greece as a leading actor in the Western Balkans, one that has strong US support and that will contribute to regional economic growth, prosperity, and European integration. The US and the EU stand as partners in the Western Balkans, and we are on the cusp of even greater, stronger partnership across the region. I'm excited to see what comes next, and I really want to close by underscoring that the United States, in addition to being committed to the Western Balkans and their European future, is committed to working in partnership with the EU and EU member states in pursuit of that goal. So thank you very much for having me today, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Yes, I know that you have tight the schedule. Thank you very, very much for your kind and encouraging words, which are the challenges that you see in our region. Mr. Palmer?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. But which are the challenges that you see?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was a question. Yes, which are the challenges?
yes.
The biggest challenge, I would argue, is that there's a sense in the region that the EU is losing interest in enlargement, that the prospect for a European future is receding into the distance, and that disincentivizes the countries of the Western Balkans from making the kinds of critical reforms that are necessary in order to move the country forward, not just for purposes of qualifying for membership in the European Union, but for creating societies that are strong and economies that are growing and connections in the region that are building bonds of trust. So I think it's urgent that the EU move to reestablish its credibility across the Western Balkans. And the clearest, cleanest, most significant step that it can take to do this is through the IGCs with North Macedonia and Albania. These are commitments that the EU has made. It is a step forward towards a European future that Skopje and Tirana have earned through hard work. If countries do their homework and they make the necessary reforms and they take the actions that are required, the EU needs to be responsive to that and to make clear that the path forward to Europe is open and that there is a legitimate European perspective. That, I think, is the most significant and immediate challenge facing us all. And there is an opportunity in the course of the next 2 weeks, frankly, for the EU to demonstrate that it is really serious about the region.
Thank you very, very much. I know that you have so tight schedule. Thank you very much again that you've been with us today.
Grateful for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. But I'm seeing now the Executive Director of the Thessaloniki Regional Forum, Konstantinos Foutopoulos. Hello. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. I will just say very, very briefly on behalf of the Thessaloniki Regional Forum and Greek House Davos, we're very happy that we see all of you here today. Minister Radulovic, Deputy Assistant Secretary Palmer, Odeta Barboulou, Ambassador, Vesela Cherneva, Ambassador Mayas, Mr. Smirlis. Thank you again. It's the last but not the least of our three panels today. We started earlier with the Vice President of the European Commission, Margaritis Chinas. We had two prime ministers, Prime Minister Rama of Albania and Prime Minister of Kosovo, Mr. Kurti. And I think the discussion that we're having now about the transatlantic cooperation in our region, especially after all these developments that we have seen recently and this new spirit of cooperation that exists among our countries and among our regions is very, very important. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Konstantine. I'm welcoming now Vesela Cherneva. Hello. Thank you for being with us. Deputy Director, European Council on Foreign Relations, EUCFR, is that right? Head of EUCFR Sofia. The EUCFR has always been in the center of thinking and policy making, especially in issues related in transatlantic cooperation. We talk very vague about other powers in the Balkans. Do you think that is the time today for more actions?
Definitely, and I totally agree with Matt Palmer in his call for urgency and for urgent reaction on the part of the EU. I'm optimistic. I probably would say that a couple of weeks is not going to entirely materialize. It may take a bit longer, but I think that probably 2021 would be the year for the EU to shift gears in the Western Balkans. But if you allow me, if I may just say why this is important, there are three clear worrying trends in the region. One is the economic and demographic stagnation. We heard Dr. Kolm in the previous panel talking about the region being an economic opportunity for some investors from Europe because of low wage and availability of skilled labor. Well, unfortunately, this is less and less the case. A lot of the skilled labor is leaving the region. There is a big demographic issue and it is growing. And obviously, this is also part of a picture which has to do with also democratic and institutional stagnation. The second big trend is the one of the role of the third actors that you, Sophia, just mentioned. We heard about the Montenegrin highway several times. The role of China is growing, not only on the investment side, but I think also in media and in other aspects that remain a bit below the radar. And it's not necessary, I believe, in this within this group to talk about Russia's role, not only on energy, but also on security cooperation, especially with Serbia and others in the region. And the third trend is exactly what we just discussed, the fact that the EU integration has slowed down, that for the past 2 years there have been various hurdles. And despite that 2017, 2018 were years of, uplifting developments for the region, starting with the PRESP agreement and the Bulgarian-Macedonian Friendship Treaty. The past 2 years saw first the brake being pulled by the French. Then, unfortunately, the Bulgarian side decided to be the next stubborn neighbor in the region. And I think this development really has been a bit of a unpleasant surprise to the countries in the region. And I do hope there is a turn to be made soon on that one, because EU and NATO really do give the framework in which the countries in the region and the society in the region can develop and can feel they have a perspective, and that perspective is one of modernization, one of more fairness, but also one of solidarity and more security. And because you asked me to talk about the boosters to EU and NATO, I would say there are 3 things that countries in the Balkans can do, besides, of course, working on the acquis and the negotiations with the EU. The first, I would say, is the foreign policy alignment. Mr. Radulovic mentioned it. I think this is a very important sign these days, given the strategic importance of the region, but also the fact that it's growingly contested. In that respect, very important also the visa liberalization for Kosovo. We cannot ask from the countries to be aligned with us if we do not fulfill our promises. I think for that matter, we also have to probably work harder on including the Western Balkans in the future of Europe discussion, which is starting now. The second booster, I think, would be focusing on corruption. And I really applaud the Biden administration efforts to highlight this issue across the Balkans. We saw that there was an executive order just a day ago. And I think corruption is really key also in security terms, because it is the web, the network that allows also foreign influence and much more distortion in the institutions of the countries. And third, work on media and media environment. This is key to the health of our societies and the health of the societies in the Western Balkans as well. But not to take too much of your time, those 3 boosters are obviously kind of external, what should I say, ideas or ideas that from the outside look easily done. Obviously, this is not the case. I am optimistic because I think that there is a chance with the new administration in Washington and with hopefully a new momentum in Brussels to have, through the EU-US cooperation, really also a better support for the societies in the Western Balkans to work on the issues that they're facing with the perspective of the next years and what they will do for the coming generations. Thanks.
For the next day, thank you very, very much for your optimistic position. Thank you very much to Mrs. Cherneva. Now I'm moving back to Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer, we know you have further commitments today. It's still early in Washington.
That is correct. Well, it's almost noon.
We know that you have a tight schedule. Would you like to have some additional points before you have to leave?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to do that. I think what I would underscore is to jump on what it is that Dr. Cherneva just said about the significance of corruption across the Balkans. This is corrosive of citizens' trust in government. It is corrosive of the reform agenda. There is a path forward for the countries of the Western Balkans to membership in the European Union, but that path is not straightforward. It's one that requires a great degree of work on the part of the aspirants themselves. And corruption will continually be a drag on that process until and unless those who occupy positions of public trust across the region understand the responsibilities of those positions for what they are and the need to deliver services, to deliver leadership without seeing opportunities to derive personal benefit from that. And that's true around the world as a challenge. It's true in the United States, and it's true in the Western Balkans. And so I'm hopeful that the new executive order will help sharpen attention on this issue and encourage the countries of the region to take meaningful action. The one other issue that I'd really like to highlight is the importance of pursuing and securing an agreement on electoral reform in Bosnia-Herzegovina in 2021. This is a rare non-election year in BIH. It creates an opportunity, an opening for the parties to reach an agreement on electoral reform that will include targeted constitutional change, address some of the rulings of European courts, including in particular Sejdić-Finci, reestablish functionality in the federation government, which is essential for balance in BIH and a functioning state-level system as well. Bosnia-Herzegovina has a European perspective, it has a European path, but it has an enormous amount of work to do. And so we want to be there as parties, as partners for the parties in the process of reaching an agreement on electoral reform, moving forward in 2021 on that important issue, establishing progress on some key economic reforms as well, and really putting BIH firmly on the path to EU candidacy, to status as an EU candidate country. That is achievable, but only with leadership. The United States will be there in partnership for the leaders in BIH and working in tandem with our EU partners and allies.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Palmer. Now I'm welcoming Ioannis Mirlis, Secretary General for International Economic Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Hellenic Republic. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Which is from the Greek perspective. Can we talk in the new era transatlantic cooperation in the region?
Distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Beretano, just at first I would like to thank you for the invitation, congratulate the organizers for this opportunity to exchange our views about the transatlantic cooperation, about the post-COVID era of the region, of the Balkan region. I must tell you that events like this are a strong proof of our will to strengthen the bonds among the Balkan countries, which is the main point of all this event, I must say, as well to lay out the foundations for further collaboration in the main sectors like trade, investment, energy, logistics, because as Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greece, I must tell you that we are focusing on the sectors and we are seeing the country by country or the region, because we need to do it as an old friend of this region and a member of the Balkan region. So the Balkan region is a unique corner of the southeastern Europe. It is a special part of the corridor linking Central Europe to the Mediterranean Sea and even further to North Africa, the Middle East, and the Gulf region. The Balkan countries and their people are strongly interconnected with deep historical and cultural ties, which go back many centuries, and it's really important for us. However, our region has often been the center of controversy and conflict. Economic development, lagging that of the rest of Europe, was the result of the lack of political stability. Let's also not forget that the region north of Greece was incorporated again in the European political system just a little more than 2 decades ago, and only gradually. Great effort has been made to put an end to all the conflicts and to restore peace and security. This long-term process led some countries to become members of the European Union and NATO. Some are in the path of becoming members in the following years. It definitely paved the way for the whole region to face a brighter future, because we should not forget what has been made before. For Greece, this is the only way forward. Just a few days ago, we celebrated Greece's 40th anniversary of becoming a full member of the European communities, which evolved in the European Union. That political decision 40 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, was neither easy nor without internal resistance, but it was decisive and shaped our present and future. Greece is unequivocally a supporter of further European integration by bringing into the European structure all the Balkan countries. We believe that any European country sharing the European values, the European way of life, and the democratic rule of law deserves to be part of this family. We want our neighbors to enjoy economic prosperity just as we, Greece, has benefited from that political decision 40 years ago. Greece is the oldest member of the European Union and the biggest economy of the region, as well as a beacon of peace and security. We aim at becoming a catalyst for closer regional cooperation and development, while also preserving the right cultural diversity of our region. Greece has set a firm policy for initiatives and actions through economic diplomacy in order to achieve its main goal for the Balkan region, which is to achieve regional stability and integration through a partnership that defends and safeguards key EU values, namely fundamental rights and democratic governance. Greece's role is to be a factor in securing and promoting sustainable economic growth, investment, and a range of actions in key areas such as energy, digitalization, climate change, research, culture, migration. The Greek government takes many actions in order to achieve this goal. On the political front, we have increased our political cooperation and we encourage the development of cooperation in any field that can bring us closer. Political cooperation is the prerequisite for economic cooperation and vice versa. We strongly support the deepening of our cooperation within the context of the EU strategy for the Western Balkans and the whole Balkan region. We have already prepared a special action plan for implementing cooperation, especially within the context of Western Balkans investment framework of the EU. Every project supported by the Western Balkans investment framework brings the region closer to the European Union and contributes to the common regional market. Therefore, Greece is a strong supporter of fully taking advantage of it. European investments in the flagship initiatives, which are defined in the EU Economic and Investment Plan for the Western Balkans, contribute in building a common European future. However, this plan demands immediately actions by all the stakeholders. In the following months, we will take concrete actions in order to inform the stakeholders in Greece about the prospects of the Economic and Investment Plan, to mobilize them and seek partnership between companies and institutions of the Balkan countries that will use the various tools available. We also plan to organize information days and events in Athens and Thessaloniki, promoting the plan for the economic development of the Balkan region and the role that Greek companies and institutions can play. Greece's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dendias, Deputy Minister Mr. Bakoyannis, and I already visited Belgrade and Pristina and laid out the foundations for bilateral cooperation. Immediately afterwards, I plan to visit all the rest countries of the region to strengthen the bonds and enhance our cooperation with a special focus on trade, investment, transport, interconnection, and of course, energy, environment, and tourism. In September, we will organize the Balkan Forum on Regional Cooperation in Thessaloniki, which we consider to be our gateway to the whole region. The Balkan Forum will focus on advancing sustainable and inclusive development. We aspire to create a resource-efficient, greener, and more competitive Balkan region based on collaboration and diversity, to leverage the region's strengths and each country's comparative advantages, to catalyze innovation and development with a framework of democratic values and the rule of law. The Balkan Forum aims to create a new vision for the Western Balkans based on economic integration, prosperity, and sustainable peace. Greece moves towards this direction. The Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs is moving steadily towards the axis of cooperation, both bilaterally and multilaterally, supporting the overall prosperity of the Balkan region is a top priority for us. We don't exclude anyone, but we also seek respect for the European values and norms, as well as respect for the rule of international law and democratic governance. In particular, with regard to economic cooperation, we seek ties with local authorities, chambers, regions, as well as trade and business associations in order to achieve our goals. Dear friends, we're willing to support all Balkan friends and to show them the way towards security, growth, and prosperity. We're willing to transfer our know-how and all our knowledge. It takes effort, honesty, and a sincere willingness to work together in order to make Balkans a secure and fertile region to live, work, invest, and do business. I'm really optimistic that all our efforts and actions will be successful in the end. I'm really sorry that I took all this time to explain to you all our plans, but I think it's important, as Greece is a key country of the region, everybody to be informed of what we are planning. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smirlis. You mentioned the role of Greece in the era, but you think that in the new era, the next day, we can talk transatlantic cooperation?
Yes, of course we, Greece is a key factor here that can cooperate with all the Western countries that they say to go to the same result, which is the stability of the region, which is the transformation of the region. I was just explaining what we can do in order to help this transatlantic cooperation and also make possible all these plans that Mr. Palmer and the rest of the speakers mentioned before.
Great, thank you so much. Minister Radulovic, would you like to make a comment before continuing the discussion? We understand that your schedule should be tight also.
Thank you very much, Sophia. I had something first, just to be frank, in fairness. So I didn't hear the last part, but even without that, I would like to reflect on, again, I do have some interference. Can you copy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. So I didn't hear the last part, but anyhow, I would like to reflect on many things been said here. I couldn't agree more that this region, there is no other future for the region but European one, and in our humble opinion, of course, NATO one. Of course, who opts for that? So just if we fully support open door, we fully support open door policy, and we think that, with all due respect, that nowadays we cannot be politically neutral. I think that political neutrality died 30 years ago with the fall of Berlin Wall. So with all due respect, we totally understand that some countries might be militarily neutral, but in terms of political neutrality, it doesn't work like that anymore. So Montenegro, as a reliable NATO partner, ally, and Montenegro as a front runner in the European integration process, has been aligning its foreign policy, 100% with the EU, which means that we are more than willing to share bad and good with the EU, because if we are going to share the same values, and if we share the same values, definitely you cannot just draw back bridges in order to wall draw the threats. So because it doesn't work like that, So basically, that's why, for the sake of values, for the sake of credibility, for the sake of of our European and / NATO future, we are there standing shoulder to shoulder with our European friends and NATO allies. I think that Matt said something very interesting, speaking about challenges. So I deem that of course we are all aware of third sides and third influence of the third parties in the region, and it's nothing new under the sun, right? So basically, but the greatest challenge is this one, that the EU is losing its interest in enlargement, because this EU enlargement is some kind of sublime idea, being followed, by the Western Balkans country, and as a promised land. So definitely, it's a fact that over the last couple of years we've been having some kind of pause in enlargement and everything. But I would say that the EU and US as well, they have to be more assertive in the region. I mean, what was the case for Europe for Europe after World War II? That's the case for us in the Western Balkans now. I mean, namely, more EU and US we have inside, less others will have looming on the horizon. So it should be working. It should be working like that. And the EU and NATO, they give a framework of development to all aspirant countries, and over the last 4 years, as I said, we've been member of NATO, and we feel pretty much comfortable there. So just my punchline here would be that we have that region has some kind of promised future, but that this future only lies within EU and NATO. And another point is that US and EU, they have to be more assertive, because just if they are more assertive, again, I believe that third sides would ward off, because every great power, needs to have some kind of area where it claims its superiority over other forces and other powers. And in my humble opinion, if the EU wants to be global power, which is written in EU Global Strategy 2016, there is no other region but the Western Balkans, where this claim should be asserted. So basically, we are here. We are standing, shoulder to shoulder. And Western Balkans, if you look at the map, is the heart of the EU, and Montenegro is the heart of the Western Balkans. So please keep supporting us. Stand, shoulder to shoulder with us. And definitely, I think that this IGC will provide good political steer, and it will somehow steer up the whole accession process. So just I hope that I responded to your questions. Although, as I said, I haven't heard one small chunk of the speech. So
I will keep shoulder to shoulder. Yes, thank you very, very much, Minister. Thank you. I'm moving to Odetta Barboulousi, advisor to the Prime Minister and National Coordinator for Regional Economic Area, Albania. Hello. Thank you for being with us. I would like to ask you, can the common regional market be the key to address challenges of the region today and in a long term?
Well, thank you for the question. Also, I'd like to start with words of appreciation for making regional cooperation central to this forum, as it has always been. Indeed, we had today a leaders summit in Tirana, which is the first meeting of this platform, in fact, physical meeting of leaders after more than a year of Zoom meetings. And it really happened in a very good moment. You mentioned, of course, the meeting of the Council of the European Union a few weeks from now, but it also, in a few weeks' time, we'll have the last Berlin summit, or the last summit of the Berlin process as we know it. So it was a good moment to take stock of regional cooperation and implementation of common regional market. Since we have launched a regional market last year, what the vision we had in mind, in fact, was enhanced form of economic cooperation, which would help the region recover from the pandemics, which would help the region create resilience, build resilience, not only on the economic front, but also on social front, and also bring the region closer to the European Union and to the single market. I must make two observations. First of all, regional cooperation has always been a constituent part of the EU accession process of the countries of the region. At the same time, what we have seen in the past 2 years have been a rather delayed or at times blocked regional cooperation. Primarily, regional cooperation has been, let's say, hindered, not to say hijacked, by issues of bilateral nature, of political agenda of countries in the region. And at the same time, as it was mentioned here by previous speakers, we've seen that EU accession perspective has seemed further and further away. So in a way, I would list a few ways how we can make regional cooperation have the role of the accelerator for the region. The first way is political. Is not only economic. It's only so much economy can do. I think the first step is political. And here it was mentioned, but I would like to underline again how important trust and predictability is. And here I have in mind the EU accession perspective, how important it is that EU delivers. And here we have in mind specifically the launching of the first IGCs with Albania and North Macedonia, but also the granting of visa liberalization for Kosovo as something which has been promised and for which all conditions have been met by the country itself. The second step, I think, something which was discussed at length today by the leaders was, and this concerns primarily the EU, to have a truly strategic approach towards economic ties with the region. And here there are a number of vectors of cooperation that we could mention. First of all, would be to bring the region closer or gradually into the single market. In the terminology of the revised methodology and of the economic investment plan, that is termed as the gradual phasing in of the region. In more technical or practical terms, one way or instrument to do this would be the extension of the initiative of green lanes that we launched last year among ourselves, the extension of this initiative to the bordering EU member states. And here I would really like to commend Greece for starting to pilot work on this with North Macedonia. And we are also working closely with Italy on maritime connectivity and on turning Port of Durrës alongside Port of Bari and Ancona and Tivar in Montenegro in one-stop shops. That would be indeed not just a technical positive step, but would be, I think, a demonstration of political commitment on the part of EU member states to integrate the region closer and to have more enhanced economic relations with the region. And there are, of course, a number of other instruments, and I wouldn't mean here to be on very technical, but I would mention, let's say, a very practical tool, but which would have tangible results for citizens, like a roadmap for reducing the roaming charges between the EU and the Western Balkans. And this has been indeed a promise given in 2019 that once the roaming agreement for the region would enter into force, which is upcoming on the 1st of July, then we'll start working towards a joint roadmap for between the region and the Western and the EU. Another, I think, important vector of cooperation here would be to work jointly towards a roadmap for nearshoring. This has been a discussion which actually was triggered by the pandemic last year. And it was a discussion among experts and economists within the EU, not just in the Western Balkans, but how the companies and private sector could look at the Western Balkans as a potential region which is geographically near to allocate its production and some segments of their activities. And to do that, common regional market is important. The action plan of common regional market as a plan for further alignment, regulatory alignment and legislative alignment based on EU acquis and EU regulations is very, very important. The third element I would mention here, and it was previously mentioned by other speakers indeed, because it is very important, is for the EU and the United States to work in tandem. And I think there are three specific areas which they can work closer and where I think their cooperation can give tangible positive results on regional cooperation. A is working closer in addressing bilateral issues. Here, the Deputy Assistant Secretary mentioned the trip a few days ago in Brussels alongside Miroslav Lajčák. And I think it's very important here that the messages are synchronized, because that has indeed shown in the past how important it is for the region. The second dimension where this cooperation can be truly beneficial and have a tangible result on economic and political regional cooperation is good governance and rule of law. And here it is the area where I think both partners can work hand in hand, particularly given the focus of the current administration in the US on anti-corruption, accountability, and rule of law. And the third dimension would be on issues which are more related to what we can call the imminent future. Issues which seem very far away, but in fact have become increasingly urgent, particularly in the wake of the pandemic, such as greening our economies. These areas which are very expensive for our budgets, which are measures which we need, or transition which we need to make now. And of course, a new Green Deal of the EU president and the green agenda for the Western Balkans, alongside the focus of the current administration in the US on climate change. These have created a good momentum for the Western Balkans to work jointly on greening their economies. A last dimension in this direction would be continuing with connectivity projects. Today we had a long discussion among leaders how the EU can think strategically about connectivity within the region and between the region and the rest of Europe. Here, of course, the implementation of the economic investment plan is crucial. But we are also thinking about how to connect through transport, both road and railway, but also how to vitalize our energy, both renewables and energy efficiency, but also relating to digital connectivity as well between the countries of the region and the broader Southeast Europe. I think in this particular connection, more ways to simplify the bureaucratic procedures of institutions like Western Balkan Investment Fund or other entities is very important at this critical juncture. The very last point I'd like to make is about the enhanced political interaction with the Western Balkans. Here, I think it was a very valid point made with regard to the inclusion of the Western Balkans in the Future of Europe conference. That is a conference for the next 30 years, when I very much hope will be part of the political European Union as members, but it's also very important because of our human economic ties with the EU. The EU remains in the end the primary trade partner of the region, of countries in the region, but also on the security and foreign policy front. Of course, Albania is in the position that is 100% aligned with EU foreign policy, and we very much see the importance of building resilience also in the face of the meddling of third actors in the region, something we don't always see eye to eye with all partners in the region, but because of the importance of not leaving space for third powers in the region, it is very important that the EU engages politically more closely with the Western Balkans. So to go back to give a very long answer to your short, to the point question is yes, common regional market does help, which will help with facilitation of trade, of transport, of mobility of people, and ideally with bringing the region closer to the EU single market. But the political message, the political vision and will of both the leaders of the region and of the EU in itself are crucial to make this common regional market work.
Thank you very, very much, Mrs. Barboulousi. I'm moving quickly to Ambassador Milica Ristovic-Kristic. Hello, how are you? Thank you for being with us. Your microphone, Ambassador. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Is it okay now? Yeah. Thank you for giving me floor. I'm representative of the country with the biggest issues, as we could hear before. I will briefly target three the most important ways of Bosnia and Herzegovina right now, which is EU integrations, NATO, and of course regional cooperation.
Of course, Ambassador, a few weeks ago, South as EU members drafted a non-paper ahead of the EU foreign ministers meeting, stressing that Bosnia and Herzegovina must remain in the EU focus. What does practically means this for you?
For us, this is important. This is very important for Bosnia and Herzegovina, since all decisions in Bosnia and Herzegovina have to be made by consensus. So the EU and the EU membership of Bosnia and Herzegovina is one of consensus within the Bosnia and Herzegovina of all political parties and all constitutive nations in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Mr. Palmer told already some very important things regarding Bosnia and Herzegovina path towards European Union, and I want to thank him for support and understanding. I personally, I belong to younger generations of diplomats and politicians in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I strongly believe that Bosnia and Herzegovina belongs to European Union and will be the member of European Union, since, as I already said, there is not a lot of issues that all political parties and all representatives have consensus about, and they have consensus about European Union integrations. But there is a long way to go for Bosnia and Herzegovina, because there is some difficult reforms that we have to make. And I want to notice that Bosnia and Herzegovina now is not even a candidate for membership. We have to accomplish 14 priorities that we got from European Union in order to start the negotiation process. So some of these reforms are very heavy to implement, including changing of our constitution, which is not very easy to accomplish, since there is no basic understanding among constitutive people in Bosnia and Herzegovina and among nations. We have a very difficult now reform regarding our electoral law that we have to accomplish it, but there is no understanding between the nations. But nevertheless, integration in the Western Balkans remains one of the most important challenges for building democratic and united Europe. The prospect of integration into European Union is actually a powerful driver of reforms, economic prosperity, rule of law, and they represent a participation in European decision-making table and guarantees of security, which is highly important in the region and especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina. EU integration, together with development of good neighborhoodly relations and strengthening of regional cooperation, are priorities of Bosnia and Herzegovina foreign policy. And the goal is to include Bosnia and Herzegovina in contemporary European political, economic, and security integrations. And on the other hand, when it comes to NATO, when we are talking about NATO, Bosnia and Herzegovina, NATO and Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are not talking actually about integrations, but about cooperation with NATO, which is agreed with among political representative and constitutive people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, since there is no mutual agreement about the NATO path of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we are staying with cooperation with the NATO, and we think that it's extremely important since NATO is ensuring peace, as well as dealing with regional security challenges. What I also say, it's very important for us these days, since we have security challenges with raising migrant crisis in the region, which is, in my opinion, very important to mention when it comes to regional security challenges. That's why presence of NATO is important in the Balkans. Bosnia and Herzegovina supports, and it's willing to contribute to collective security and stability in the region. The crise of peace threatening circumstances, and we are committed to cooperate and to follow fundamental democratic values. The third dimension of our topic that we are talking right now is regional cooperation. Mrs. Barbalushi stressed a lot of very important issues regarding regional cooperations among the Western Balkans countries. And I listened to her very carefully because I think that is, I personally believe that is very, very important thing when it comes to Balkans, to Western Balkans country. So development of regional cooperation is in the best interest of all Western Balkans countries, because after all, we share together not only common interest, but also together problems. So our multilateral regional cooperation appears as a general trend in development of interstate relations. We have to mention here also RCC, Regional Cooperation Council, that continues to play a key role in fostering regional cooperation and supporting European integration in Southeast Europe. The Western Balkans countries have released that they have responsibilities towards each other, and that they have many challenges is common. Some of cross-border nature. So they now the countries see considerable benefits of increasing close regional cooperation, political understanding, economic and social prosperity. So the Western Balkans countries also have adopted Europe stabilization and association process. We have to also mention it right now. So in EU's political strategy of European integration of the Western Balkans country, all the way through the eventual accession. Regional cooperation is key element of the stabilization and association process. Constructive regional cooperation is recognized as qualifying indicator, as far as you know, of the country's readiness to integrate into European Union. The decision to join the European Union is political, generational, and social economic choice. So I'm glad that all levels, all different political parties, whether they are in government or in opposition, but also non-governmental organizations in Bosnia and Herzegovina and academic staff all agreed about the same goal of foreign goal of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is EU. And I think that we actually have good neighborhood relations with all the countries. We do have some open issues, but I think that good cooperation, good neighborhood relations, good political relations among the states will help also to overcome nationalism, intolerance, and to promote mutual understanding and political dialogue in the region, which is crucial. Another important measure of progress in Western Balkans is the fact that partners that were previously security consumers right now by themselves are contributing to international security by supporting peace operations abroad. And just one more sentence, and I will conclude. A stable, prosperous future for the West Balkans must be based on good governance, of rule of law, multi-ethnic democracy, where Bosnia-Herzegovina can be kind of way to look how other countries should or should not solve some multi-ethnic issues, because I think that we are in some ways good example and sometimes not very good example. And also the respecting of human rights, of fundamental freedoms are also our way to have stable and prosperous future of all Western Balkans countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the point. Thank you so much, Ambassador. I'm moving to Ambassador Alexandros Malias, a former ambassador of Grace to Washington, Skopje, Tirana. Ambassador, you don't need an introduction. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I understand that my image is foggy.
Yes.
It's not very harmful for a retired ambassador, but ultimately my voice is loud and I will try to be clear.
A writer, an opinion maker.
Thank you. Allow me at the outset to express my gratitude to Mrs. Irene van der Rijke for including me at the International Advisory Council of the Greek House Davos. I'm honored to be here with you. I will limit my brief remarks within 5 minutes in 3 points. The key question is how the Western Balkans will look the day after this pandemic. Not quite different, I'm afraid, without a genuine sense of political accountability. Politics are meant to serve, not the other way around. In one known case that I cherish, the lack of political selfness and accountability adversely affected the much expected, wanted, and desired by the citizens even distribution of the independence dividend. Related to the region, probably not entirely unfair stereotype considers that politicians are failing their countries, their peoples, and as Dora Bakoyannis earlier said at the launching of this conference, themselves. So this must change if we want a change in perceptions beyond the borders of the region. Remedies may include, first, enhanced involvement of the youngsters. The young generation cannot or feel excluded. Politics are not the privilege of a self-styled elites. B, second, securing the independence of justice. A long and thorough discussion was held in the first session. It is not secret that in some cases, in some countries, the judiciary system is under political influence and control, unable to discharge its high duties. So political accountability has a causality direct relation with the degree of independent or non-independent justice. Second point, the post-pandemic era, I'm afraid, will not be different if the lessons of the past are not learned. As long as the endemic viruses remain unchecked, or at least some of them. Notwithstanding NATO and European Union enlargement and therefore very positive regional perspectives, there are still persisting signals of unreliable, aggressive, and authoritarian politics. EU enlargement, European Union enlargement, accession process, matched by a calibrated sticks and carrots policy, may bear fruits. Much more than the beauty contests of others, some closer to the region and others far and away. So, as Aristotle put it in his Nicomachean Ethics, I quote, impose punishments and penalties upon malefactors and bestow honors to those doing fine actions, unquote. My third and last point, pandemic will be just a parenthesis if we now move to a new phase of change of borders and exodus, forced exodus of populations. Nobody directly claims the without the name plans paternity. Yet, behind closed doors, at least 3 key political figures from 3 different Western Balkan countries contemplated with the idea, till very recently. Also, key international players appeared backing it. Opening the Pandora's box is easy, particularly in the region. Harder is to close it. The prototypes created in the Western Balkans were transgressed, and underline the word transgressed, and used as alibi for presidents in Caucasus, in Crimea, and elsewhere. Border change is a known beginning, but a known and hazardous end process. Land and population swap in the region must be ruled out by European Union and the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ambassador. It has been a long day with fruitful and vivid discussions about the future of our region. Would any of the speakers, would you like to do an additional comment before we close the session? No? Mrs. Cherneva? You'd like to mention something, to make a comment?
I think it was very interesting to get the different perspectives. We obviously don't have the silver bullet, but I think just bringing the region back to the agenda is always good, and also in Greece, which is a critical voice for the region. I think the role of Greece especially in this year is going to be very important. So thanks a lot for organizing this.
Thank you very, very much all. I would like to also thank the organizers, the Thessaloniki Regional Forum at Greek House Davos. Thank you again for being here with us today. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye. Good night all. Thank you.
Thank you.